I think yes, this is much better. So, no, not this way. Oh, no, that's oh my goodness. Yes. Okay. Um. Okay. It's another. It's another drawing. So, hello everyone. First, don't underestimate of the flow of lines and colors in calming down the sympathetic response. Don't underestimate that. You have to let the flow takes its time and attention. Hello everyone. I am here for the continuation of the series on aggression, the neuroanatomy of aggression, from behavioral neuroscience and from across culture, across lifespan, sensitive periods, and we understand that aggression has a biological foundation. So it's there's genetic predisposition and the environment, lifestyle, life events. It's all shaped particularly from ages 7 till 19. The high critical periods in neurodevelopmental. It later on um, it can present on no way back neurophysiology and behavior perspective, whether it's antisocial, whether it's like what we call it in the Darketed triad is now it's a Darketed triad is sociopath, psychopath, Machiavellian, and sadistic. So it is all. It can be transcript in the genetic mapping and through life experiences and lived experiences. It either turn on or turn off these bad genes and present us with autonomic nervous system dysregulation and alteration in the neurofunction and structure, and from generations, intergenerational. Some call it social norm, culture norms, but however, it is the manifestation of what's going on in neurophysiology. And as I stated before, anything either emotional, mental, psychological, social, environmental, it is manifesting in the physiological response or the excitotoxicity load, the allostatic load, and the manifestation of chronic conditions and chronic illness and psychiatric conditions. It doesn't take 1 day, 2 days. It takes decades. It takes years. And unfortunately, this side of awareness and bringing the picture into the public is it requires first, it requires like a whole institute dedicated for this because everybody is touched by aggressive behavior. It can be subtle, it can be seen as you don't get along, you don't know how to deal with it, you are not strong enough, you are weak, you are gullible, you are so nice to be tracked. So it put the individual I mentioned. 20% of the population are vulnerable, subject to vulnerable. 60% of women. Why? It based on the adaptation, what survival mechanisms have already integrated within the central nervous system. No one came to life with a strong central nervous system. We see it later on. It is being in the research. If you'd like to, the combat soldiers, when they come back, they manifest a whole different person, and some give up their life. So that is one. But however, it can, that same pathophysiology, neuropathophysiology in combat soldiers is being manifested in domestic violence, witnessing violence, experiencing violence, aggression, bullying, mobbing. So it all goes back. What are the inputs into the human life and the compromisation of the central nervous system and genetic predisposition? So I am continuing this because it's a complex. As I stated, cultural intelligence needs that you understand the awareness of complex environments across culture, subcultures, age, gender, sex, ethnicity, race, and the list goes on. So we have to understand all this tapestry, this matrices that contribute to the manifestation of the dis-ease or discomfort, or the institution or organizations, they call it harassment, assault, violation of human rights. It has lots of names, but if we go to the neuropathophysiology, we understand the genetic predisposition. So how we can raise awareness that the environment, they call it the just environment. This means many practitioners are working now in establishing restorative justice. Restorative justice not only in the justice system, it is in everyday life, because you are dealing with the dignity, integrity, and respect of the human being. So you are elevating the human brain, the prefrontal, the cortices, to higher thinking, to higher elevation, innovation, and problem solving, critical thinking, reasoning, attenuation, attention, memory, perception, and understanding of the self and one another, so we can reach a way forward in human life. However, all the associations, or all the aggressive, or the perpetrators, or the violent actions, it is acting from a whole different perspective from the neurobiology or psychoneurobiology of the human condition. And that is a huge part of my study, because it has a direct correlation with chronic conditions and severe psychiatric conditions. So when you understand it, when you see like cardiovascular, if you are having a healthy life, if you are having a balanced life, don't look for the present state. Look for the history. It's long. It goes back to, some say 14 generations, some say 4 generations. So the closer you go, you come into what struggles, what challenges, what structure of the community, family, individualistic approach has been, is the manifestation or the common takeaway of somebody one authority, one power, one influence, what they do. And is there like a fair equation of communication, power dynamic, and lots of things like that. Another thing, as I mentioned, we spend 2/3 of our lives between work and interpersonal relationships, or the environmental influence around us. One third is for sleep, and that is the restorative stage of repair, restore and repair. So this third life has been compromised as well due to the elevated state of stress and the hostile environment, the feel of not safe wherever you go or whatever you deal with. So it brings it that you don't you are not God doesn't design you to act from hyper vigilant state or constant prolonged stressful state from your biological system. It is designed to make you survive, just to fulfill the task or accomplish a task for short term. It's not long term. But when it comes to it is the cell language that acting from confusion, it confuses the cellular communication and it leads into the disease manifestation. We see it now early from 7 years old, the manifestation of chronic illness from asthma, allergies, from type 1 diabetes. So type 2 diabetes now is type 2 diabetes, hypertension, cardiovascular, anxiety, depression, OCDs. We see all of this because the cell is in a state of hypervigilant. It is acting like it is in a wrestler ring, and you are not biologically are not designed for that. But however, the modern life has accumulated certain patterns. Nevertheless, that the diversity and complexity are the tapestry of any work and life environment right now. Some have adopted the crystallization and the closed circle of tribal, and they only work within this gender, race, ethnicity, and they don't allow the outside groups. They don't allow them. Some groups are open because they have other interests, other motives, attitudes, our intentions, and aggression. Here, I'm going to focus. One of the focus of aggression is what is the intention and the motive. What is the intention and the motive? Whether from the perpetrator is this is the joy source and this is what they feed on, and from the target or the victim, that is their defense mechanisms. In both sides, there is no win-win. It is a lose-lose or win-lose battle. So either way or no way. So we see this can be adopted as a culture of a culture of individual, family, community, organization, institutions, even nations. So your behavior has a biological onset. Has a biological onset. You already your tapestry or your makeup has a specific genes for everything. God, you are fearfully and wonderfully made. And aggression, it became my interest since undergrad because I didn't know. I'm saying from so undergrad, I studied the behavior neuroscience, the social neuroscience. What else? And experimental neuroscience. So I studied these three just to explore what is the change in the brain regions, which brain regions are responsible for what, the network that is for the synaptic connections and the integration of the mind and body, and the connector. This is multiple networks, and the dynome. This is the matrix, the whole matrix of the brain. So it includes the whole, what a spark at this. So let us integrate more wide spectrum of regions so we can understand the influence of a specific neurotransmitters, a specific hormones, a specific developmental stage on this behavior or on this phenomena. And what this population or this group are most susceptible for. What other factors can we integrate that if they exist, they presented the excellent formula of the condition. Witnessing the suffering around the world, witnessing the suffering on the individual, family, and communities. Uh, you have to say there is a better way, and it all starts with you, with your awareness, and use your understanding for your boundaries, your limitation, and what do you want. What is your intention and motive in anything you do or act or behave? What is your motive and intention, and why? When you feel that the harm of somebody is bringing you joy, you have to question. But sometimes this joy, there is a specific neurostructure and function. That is why that behavior presents itself. And what we understand is empowering and bringing awareness and understanding for the subjective vulnerable, the 20% at early age from 7. I'm saying even the science says 7 years old, because this is identity. This is social modeling for maladaptive or adaptive. That is when the predisposition for antisocial behavior can manifest. So, when you start from second grade, yes, your second grade is the fertile field for the perpetrator or the environment to allow these biological predisposition to manifest. It can, and mostly stress, putting the child or the individual under an array or variety of stress. Uh, Humans, they became very artistic in that. So I don't know if this is the true world we live in, or there is a better way. I don't know. So I'm here to present another piece of the equation for aggression. Would like to understand that aggression is physiological. It is not only psychological. There is a foundation. The soil has been compromised. Then the environment impacted more in the manifestation of maladaptive behaviors. So. Yeah, everything I look at now, if you deal with it, it is physiological. It's a disease. It is not only a behavior. Harm and hurt is a disease. So I'm gonna start. Another layer of aggression explanation. And hopefully we understand we are not dealing with a simple behavior or a simple incident or a simple context. It's complex, and we have to look at all the master players in the situation. We hear about situational awareness. It goes beyond the materialistic or tangible environment around you, but how it collaborates, it is one factor. So, aggression is a complex behavior, repeating again with various manifestations. It is generally defined as overt behavior aimed at causing physical harm to another individual or entity. Aggression can be categorized and understood through different lenses, including physical aggression involves actions causing bodily harm, such as hitting, kicking, or using weapons. Verbal aggression uses spoken or written language to inflict harm, including shouting, insulting, threats, intimidations. It takes a lot of and became ingrained in the culture. It is part of the culture, and it is being perceived as a sign of strength that you can verbalize how to harm others. And that is a strength, and that the person is performing this behavior is stronger than the one is perceiving. Relational aggression aimed at damaging a personal social relationships or reputation through actions like gossiping, spreading rumors, and social exclusion. Property aggression involves damaging or destroying someone's belongings. Aggression varies based on motivation and intent. For example, reactive aggression, also known as hostile, affective, or impulsive aggression, characterized by strong emotions like anger or fear. It is typically an unplanned and impulsive response to provocation or threat. That is the alteration or the compromisation of the central nervous system and the lack of emotional dysregulation and self-regulation. Proactive aggression, known as instrumental and predatory aggression. This type of aggression is planned, calculated, and often used as a means to achieve a desired goal, such as gaining power, money, or other rewards. So it's a reward driven status. So that it's a means for an end for a mean. So we have either direct aggression or indirect aggression. Direct aggression involves confrontation, either physical or verbal, and many of the collective cultures that they say avoid confrontation and choose peace and be nice and kind, and things will move on. Unfortunately, not. Indirect aggression focuses on harming others covertly, often through social manipulation, gossiping, or property damage. Active aggression and passive aggression. Active aggression involves explicit action to harm, such as hitting or yelling, or intimidation in front of groups or public, or belittling somebody in among others to be perceived as weak. Passive aggression, characterized by indirect expressions of negativity, like the silent treatment, the sarcasm, or deliberately withholding help. Mayer's classification of passive and active aggression, a classification system based on the environmental factors and biological mechanisms that elicit aggression, including predatory, inter-male, fear-induced, irritable, maternal, territorial, and instrumental aggression. Offensive versus defensive. Aggression refers to aggression related to attacks or defense, respectively. So offensive, that is the perpetrator; defensive, that is the target, and they provide the perpetrator with the cues to escalate the aggressive behavior. Positive aggression involves channeling aggressive tendencies toward the constructive goals like self-protection, assertiveness, and achieving mastery. That creates the competitiveness, which might increase the aggressor attacks toward the target. So if the person or the victim trying to channel what has been perceived as negative implication of their dehumanization through attaining to their goals, assertiveness and self-protection, that may escalate the aggressive behavior, because they don't like the victim to win. They don't like to see them win anyway. So they have either way. They target you as like a suppression of your identity in any place you go, or if you try to attain a higher goals, they don't like that. It escalates more aggressive behaviors because it's either way they want to win. They want to win. It is essential to recognize that aggression can rise from a range of factors: biological, psychological, and socioeconomic influences. Understanding these different classifications can aid in analyzing and addressing aggressive behavior effectively. Aggression is a complex psychological and behavioral phenomenon that can be categorized as on several dimensions, including motivation or intent. Two major forms under the dimension of reactive aggression and proactive aggression. These types differ significantly in their underlying emotional state, neural mechanisms, developmental pathways, and the social consequences. Reactive aggression, also referred to hostile, affective, impulsive aggression, is characterized by an immediate emotional response to a perceived threat or provocation. This type of aggression is often unplanned and emotion driven, typically emerging in context whether the individual feels angry, frustrated, or fearful. So they want to show themselves they are the stronger. They want to intimidate. They want everybody to fear them. So the aggressive behavior escalates. This form of aggression is closely linked to emotional dysregulation and is often associated with heightened autonomic arousal and activation of brain areas like amygdala, which possess a threat. For example, a person who lashes out during an argument because they feel insulted and is demonstrating reactive aggression. It is not goal oriented in the sense of achieving something tangible like money or status, but instead seeking to express anger or remove an immediate emotional discomfort. So this is maladaptive. This is genetic predisposition. This is genotype phenotype interaction, and this is how it was modeling, or it was presented to them that this is the best way to gain your strength among a group or among individuals. Children and adolescents who display high level of reactive aggression often report feeling victimized or perceive ambiguous actions as threatening, phenomena known as hostile attribution bias. This bias primes them to respond aggressively even in non-threatening situations. What we say, three things we try to understand from the perspective of the perpetrator and the victim is perceived reality, perceived stress, perceived threat, and that is all accumulated on early childhood experiences, past experiences, present experiences, the outcomes, and the environmental factors in the initiating the triggers and the stimulation of negative emotions. So it's accumulated unless it is addressed and resolved at early age. It accumulates and it worsens. In contrast, proactive aggression, also known as instrumental or predatory aggression, is goal directed, calculated, and typically devoid of strong emotional arousal. This form of aggression is used as a means to an end, where the aggressive act is a tool to obtain a desired reward, like power, control, money, social dominance. When we see this in the power dynamic in any settings. Proactive aggression involves cognitive planning and is associated with reduced emotional reactivity. Neurologically, it shows less activation in the limbic area, like amygdala, and more in prefrontal cortex regions responsible for decision making and executive function. A classic example would be bullying done to assert dominance or exertion, done for material gain. And bullying now, it can be by individual, but when it be done by a group or a network, it is mobbing. But it is highly aggressive, tense sort of bullying. Proactive aggressor tend to exhibit low empathy, callous, unemotional traits, and may be more likely to engage in antisocial behavior across different contexts. This form of aggression has also been linked to psychopath, especially interpersonal affective dimension. Emotional biases like interactive, for example, interactive aggression, high emotional arousal in anger and fear. Proactive aggression is low emotional arousal. It is tactical, it is planned, it is calculated, it is timed, it is functional. It serves a function. Planning, so for planning, it is impulsive and unplanned. For proactive, it is calculated, premeditated. Trigger, provocation or threat. For proactive aggression, it is desire to for reward or dominance. Neural connections or correlation is in amygdala hyperactivity. In proactive is prefrontal cortex involvement, because this is planning. Associated traits in associated trait in reactive aggression is emotional dysregulation, hostile attribution bias. For proactive, callous and emotional trait, low empathy. For reactive is hitting someone after being insulted. So throwing some a cup of water or your food or drink in the face of anyone you are having an argument with. You kick the door in the face of the person you have an argument with. You can I witnessed like this, the hand, the hand language is or the arm language is presented, so go away, I don't want you here. So I saw multiple body language in response of reactive, and it is instant. And this is autonomic response due to a lack of self-regulation and emotional regulation. And this is it's long time taking place and left unaddressed, unresolved, because this is the coping mechanism, the male adaptive behavior for survival. Many cultures, many groups didn't know that. They, from generation to generation, that is what is strength, that is what power, that is what authority, that is what dominance mean. How to express it in verbal, emotional, physical, and psychological attacks. In proactive bullying to gain lunch money, yeah. So and bullying can be private and can be public. Private, that is to make low self-esteem, low confidence, and putting the target under distress, because their mind is going to be shifted through the day. They are not going to focus on life the way they should be. So it is used as a distractor. In public, bullying in public, that is intimidation, that is humiliation, that is dehumanizing in public to break down authority, power that may be perceived. So it has a function. Proactive aggression has a function, and it mostly high function intentions. Understanding the distinction between reactive and proactive aggression has important implications for assessment, diagnosis, and intervention. For example, interventions for reactive aggression may focus on emotional regulation and coping skills, while those for proactive, it is intentional, it is planned, it is calculated. You're gonna see the perpetrator, their eye is focused on the target, wherever they go, whatever they do, and they network. We see it like a stalking. It's stalking the target among the network just to see where they are, what they do, who they can in communication with, and it become a high destructive hostile environment for the target to exist. So it is highly the aggressor, the proactive aggressor find the power and dominance within recruiting others like mind. So it can be difficult to address because it's networking. So who you are gonna and what, yeah, you know. Currently, it is highly now. I don't know. It's coming forward. Some states and some nations they applied the surveillance just to know exactly how to keep the safety of the target. So, while those for proactive aggression may emphasize moral reasoning and empathy training, uh, moral campus since 7 years old, that is when the identity shaping. Additionally, children who show a high level of both types of aggression are at higher risk for severe behavioral disorders such as conduct disorder, antisocial personality disorders. Early identification and tailored intervention is critical. So reactive and proactive. So we have passive, positive. We have reactive and proactive. We have all types of how it can present itself is physical, emotional, mental, psychological, socioeconomical. It's all manifesting in a domain of the criteria or classification. Reactive and proactive aggression represent two fundamentally different motivational processes, while reactive aggression is emotionally charged and defensive. So we may say reactive aggression, some of the target or the victims, if they started, it is based on their training, the neurological training, how they responded to the dehumanization or the humiliation from the other or the aggression from the other. Their defense mechanism is going to be seen as the perpetrator, and it's going to allow the judgmental, the labeling, the exclusion, the excommunication is going to build on like a heavy psychological stress and decreasing the quality of life of the human subject. So the call for restorative justice and just environment, it is now moving forward. It is still in the research phase. Some institutions are applying it already for years now. Like even before COVID, they started to address it because they understand the direct outcome of chronic illness and psychiatric conditions of this epigenetic phenomena that have been left under the rug, or the skills, the specialty. You know how it works. Who's going to pay for it? So But however, we are paying for it, either financially or either in social capital. We are paying for it already. While reactive aggression is emotionally charged and defensive, proactive aggression is deliberate and instrumental. And this is directly connected with the dark tetrad. And say now is the 30% of the population. Recognizing and distinguishing these types of aggression can enhance clinical practice, educational interventions, and criminal justice responses by tailoring approaches to the individual's motivational profile. What is your motivational and the intention? Motivation and intention. Motivation, what drives? Everything we say in understanding the neurobiology of the behavior, what drives? Look for the drivers and look for the master players. What are the master players? What network in place? Or now we say the dynome. It is the whole mapping. So we come to the callous unemotional traits for developmental models of aggressive and antisocial behaviors. Callous and unemotional traits are a cluster of personality characteristics that include a lack of empathy, remorse, and guilt, along with shallow or deficient affect. These traits are considered a developmental precursor to psychopathy, and they have significant implications for understanding and predicting patterns of aggressive and antisocial behavior in children and adolescents. In recent decades, callous unemotional traits have become a central focus in developmental psychopathology, as they help distinguish between different subtypes of youth with conduct problems, especially those most at risk for chronic, severe antisocial outcomes. The inclusion of callous unemotional traits is in diagnostic systems such as DSM-5, a specifier with limited pro-social emotions. For this is their window of operation. It is so tight, it's so narrow. It doesn't give the effect or the effect of the response and feeling others' feelings. For conduct disorders, reflects their growing relevance. So, lack of guilt or remorse, absence of empathy, shallow or superficial emotional responses, failure to care about performance or others' feelings. One more thing, essential key. The perpetrator are highly intelligent to mimic human emotions, but they are fake, not real. They can present the most charismatic, the most attractive, the most influencing, the most name it. But when the target has been dropped the guard and trusted, that is when the attacker or the snap comes on and flip the table, and it is hard. It is hard to deal with emotionally, psychologically, physically, socioeconomically, because it changed the whole entire perspective about no lack of safety in life, and that is a hyper arousal of stress, and that is leading to the hypervigilant. It is the autonomic nervous system taking over, and the person is in hyper arousal. They are not paying attention to what happening around them or are trying to understand. They are acting from hyper vigilant fear response. So don't judge, please. but who can say? We need a whole culture for that. These traits reflect affective and interpersonal deficit, similar to those seen in adult psychopathy. Unlike typically conductive problems rooted in emotional dysregulation or impulsivity, callous unemotional traits reflect cold and calculated interpersonal style, often seen in proactive instrumental aggression. Uh, seeing the target or the victim helpless, hopeless, shutting down, isolated, that is a gain. That is a gain, and that is a joy. So witnessing the struggle of others, that is a gain and a joy and a function. That is gaining dominance. Aggressive and antisocial behavior in children in heterogeneous is heterogeneous in presentation and developmental lifespan, developmental phases. Developmental models often distinguish between two pathways: early life onset, that is life course persistence. Antisocial behaviors appear in childhood and continue into adulthood. So when the first onset of seeing joy in harming others, is it can start at 2 years old, and it leaves like, oh, you are fearless, oh, you are not afraid, oh my goodness, you are so strong. Once you give this word, you infuse something that this is socially, culturally accepted, and proceed from there. And you never know how it's gonna be developed. Antisocial behaviors appear in childhood and continue into adulthood. Adolescent limited antisocial behaviors emerge during adolescence and are more temporary due to the neural reshaping or pruning and the hormonal changes. Adolescence limited the callous unemotional traits are particularly associated with the early onset life course persistent pathway, and help identify children who are at higher risk of long-term severe violent behavior. Callous and unemotional traits are strong predictor to severe and stable conduct problems, violence and proactive aggression, poor response to traditional behavior interventions, high risk for developing adult psychopathy. Compared to youth with conduct problems but without callous and emotional traits, those with the callous and emotional traits show more instrumental aggression, meaning their aggression is used strategically to achieve a goal, and not just as an emotional reaction. Children with callous and emotional traits display reduced sensitivity to punishment, low levels of emotional arousal, and diminished empathic concern, all of which make them less responsive to typical parenting practice that as guilt induction or discipline. Let us see the interplay between the genotype, phenotype. Callous unemotional traits are associated with specific neurocognitive and neurobiological profiles. Dysfunction in the amygdala, especially reduced responsiveness to distress cues like fear, sadness, and others. This is universal emotions. Universal emotions. And when I am talking about especially aggression, I am talking about negative emotions. And observe the response, the reactivity, and proactivity. Observe the body language, facial expression, tone of voice, and the stretch of the arm, the speed of the feet. the stand in specific situations, uh, the location where they are sitting in the room, who they selected to be close by or approach, and you're going to see a pattern. And you have to observe. You're going to see a pattern, especially when they're gonna specific pattern is gonna be in play, is gonna present to you, but don't ignore it. Pay attention to it. It's gonna present, and this needs a training. How to identify? How to identify a baseline awareness, especially from 7 years old till 16. That is when the shift of the whole person, who you are going to get in the future. What your challenge for today? Are you going to understand it and put it in a right framework, or is going to proceed? Buddha emotion and how the cross-cultural perspective is perceiving this, how everyone in alignment for this. Poor emotional learning, particularly in associating behavior with negative outcomes. So when we understand read the room and be aware of situational awareness, understand your environment, we are talking about the reactivity, the response, and proactivity toward negative emotions. Infuse it, try it for some time like this and see who's going to show up, who's going to be drawn to you so close, and who's going to doing this network, following you everywhere you go to know what you are, who you communicate with, and making the strategic move. Be aware of that. We are not in utopia. We are not. Many technologies now is provided for protection, but God is the only protector for everyone. But He is designing us to understand the value that you are created in His image. You are fearfully and wonderfully made, and you are honoring that. So you are living in honor of God's creation within you. That is the whole purpose and meaning of life. Genetic influence appears stronger in children with callous and emotional traits compared to those with conduct problems alone. At the same time, environmental factors such as inconsistent parenting, abuse, neglect may interact with biological vulnerabilities to increase the risk of callous, unemotional traits and persistent antisocial behavior. Many adapted as a revenge mechanism of what injustice has been done to them. So as they are harmed, they are going to hurt and harm everybody. And the sense of the human emotion and others' emotion is start to dissipate or dampen or silence it on purpose. But there is a point of breakthrough through that, and that's what differentiates with natural antisocial and with adaptive antisocial. There is a point of breakdown. The inclusion of callous unemotional traits in the DSM-5 through the limited pro-social emotions specifier for conduct disorder reflects their clinical significance. The specifiers allow for improved diagnosis for subtype of conduct disorders. Tailored intervention used with callous unemotional traits may benefit more from reward-based and emotionally engaging interventions than punishment-based ones. Early identification, callous unemotional traits can be observed in early childhood allowing for prevention efforts before behavior becomes entrenched. One thing I'm saying, deal with the body first before you deal with the mind, because once you regulate the body, the natural regulation, and this takes lots of somato, psychosomatic experiences a lot, because this body, they hate it, they don't like it, they don't want to be in it, they want to escape it, and some would like to shut it down through harming others. So whatever is the narrative going around, the main target is the body and then the mind. So it is hard to understand that. And when you understand aggression from the pathophysiology perspective and the neurobiology of the traits that predispose humans, and no one is immune for that, it makes a sense of why specific factors, when they come in place, this manifest or this become the norm. And it is a distressful, it is a depleting, draining culture, or a type of life. Nobody likes to live like this, but some are feeling that they are trapped, or this is their destiny to suffer. But we don't know either way, from the perpetrator, that is who they are, and from the target, that is their defense mechanisms, and it's a lose-lose dynamic. Children with high callous unemotional traits require specialized intervention strategies. Standard behavior approaches may not be effective due to low emotional responsiveness. They don't feel people emotions. They see them as an object. They see them like why you eat the rabbit, because I am. Why you eat the carrot, because I am a rabbit. Bottle up, buttercup, strengthen up. Uh, what other culture norms say? Fake it till you make it. Oh, you don't know how to get along with people. Oh, you don't like to deal with others. Oh, you don't like to deal with conflict. So there is labeling. There is like a propaganda perceived aggression as promotion. So culturally, it is embedded in the promotion of aggressive behavior as a sign of control, dominance, and strength. So it is not taken from, it is a pathological. So it's a disease. It's not like a privilege. It's a disease. So we understand that the standard prevention, no, it's not effective due to the low emotional responsiveness and lack of concern for punishment. Channeling, this is another thing. Instead, interventions should focus on enhancing emotional understanding and empathy, promoting positive, especially with early age from 7 years old, because this is when the gene and environment interact, and when the programming come with the good stuff, the bad stuff will say, okay, stay locked, and no room for you. Promoting positive parent-child relationships, increasing pro-social motivation, using warm, responsive parenting. It starts with the family. But what happened? The family already deviated from the norm. You have to see alternative systems. Using warm, responsive parenting with the consistent reward for pro-social behavior. Early, intensive, and individualized intervention are critical, especially for those with high-risk environments. One of the psychiatrists shared their stories and stated that they during their research in their lab, they wanted to know from their curiosity what type of brain they have. And the neuroimaging came, they are predisposed to be psychopath, but the environment they grow in and the education they get and the network support that they got, it's already turned them to be a solution, not the problem. And they said, okay, if I was in a different environment, so that is the genotype phenotype interaction and the neurofunction and structure. So sometimes it is already comes in due to other factors. It came to the high induced in stress during pregnancy, domestic violence, battering, a lot of high stress accumulation of environmental and socio-demographic and economic and emotional and everything. It changes the tapestry of the neurobiology, and then from 10 weeks in the neural tube, so that changes in the cell differentiation and division, and there is alteration on abnormalities in the brain function and structure. So it takes a lot of toll. Your biology is very complex, and it is designed to serve you, not to harm you. However, whatever input has been taken, and it is generational. Unfortunately, the offsprings are taking the price of that, and the community is reaping the price of that. So, callous and emotional traits are crucial for understanding the development, severity, and stability of aggressive and antisocial behavior in youth. They help distinguish a subgroup of children with unique emotional and cognitive characteristics who are at elevated risk for persistent and severe conductive problems. Recognizing and targeting callous and emotional traits in early developmental is essential for accurate diagnosis, effective intervention, and long-term behavioral outcomes. So, for part of the dark tetrad, the psychopathy have been long considered a condition rooted in both genetics and environmental influence, genotype phenotype interaction. Traditionally studied in adults, psychopathy is now increasingly recognized as having developmental precursors that can be observed in childhood, particularly through traits like callous unemotional behaviors, low empathy, poor emotional responsiveness. A groundbreaking study found that in 2005 provided empirical evidence that psychopathic traits in 7 years old children have a substantial genetic basis, shifting the understanding of early onset antisocial behavior and its developmental pathways. So, should we start the psychopathology or the neurobiology of a foundation first before 1 to 3 ABC? Should we shift the paradigm of education? Because the education, they're going to get it anywhere because many are educated, and then what? But how you interact, how you are being perceived, seen, and interact, live, work, learn, play, worship. That is where the core fundamental human life exists. So, should we prepare first before we induce curriculum? Should we prepare first before inducing curriculum? Because 1 to 3 ABC is not going to create the idealistic individual you may perceive. Some are using their computer science for hacking. Some are using their uh, highly sophisticated degrees in other routes, and they see more money faster than this. So it is not only academic. it's not only academic. We have to shift the thinking about what does awareness means, what is psychological safety means, what is equality and health and well-being means, and how to create the just environment, restorative justice, to maintain the respect to dignity and integrity of human beings. It is intergenerational, but we hoping that with the advancement in science and technology, we started to understand more about, okay, how can I empower those who are vulnerable or subjected or vulnerable or perceived as they are a good tool to be used and taken advantage of. It is depleting and draining to the end, and I learned that it costs one of the work sectors one of the work sectors, it costs them yearly $84 billion, the cost of this behavior of aggression. It costs them yearly $84 billion. That is one sector of work. One sector. Reading the numbers and the statistics, so I ask, what is the function of all of that? I started to doubt the value of human beings. I started to doubt the value of being who you are. I started to doubt that God truly exists among all of this. It is depleting. So the affective is lack of remorse, shallow emotions, and behavioral is impulsivity, antisocial acts, components. In children, these traits often manifest as callous and emotional traits, which are increasingly used to identify children at risk for more severe and persistent conduct problems. Callous, unemotional traits in children are often studied as developmental indicators of psychopathy, and their early appearance suggests a potential heritable component. Investigated the genetic influence systematically, and that is the genotype phenotype interact. There is a relative contribution of genetics, shared environment, and non-shared environmental factors and psychopathic traits in children. Psychopathic tendency were measured using a teacher-rated antisocial process screening device, or ABSD scores, focusing specifically on callous and emotional traits. That twin studies model allowed the comparison between monozygotic twins who share nearly 100% of their gene and dizygotic twins who share about 50% on average. Genetic factors account to 67% of variance in these traits. So it's a higher proximity and a higher level of heritability. Shared environment influences were negligible, and non-shared environmental influences, different teachers, peer groups, contributed to the remaining variance. So sometimes as well, caregivers, if they culturally are not aware of the aggressive behavior and verbally, emotionally, physically, or even if they are carrying specific traits or genetic predisposition, it can impact the child as well, and it is left unresolved, unnoticed, and even the person themselves, they are not aware of that years and decades. So it is a vicious cycle going through cultural, social, cultural, and psychological or psychosocial, like the cascades or the layers of what is the norm, what is the norm, what we used to do, and what we need to do, and what is already done over and over and over, and it gives the results. So it's a repetitive vicious cycle. These findings provide compelling evidence that genetic influences play a dominant role in the development of early psychopathic tendencies, especially when callous and emotional traits are combined with antisocial behaviors. The elevated psychopathic traits at age 7 are likely influenced primarily by genetics rather than shared family environment. This contradicts earlier models that heavily emphasizes parenting and socio-environmental factors as they are. So, however, and I say they are not, we cannot ignore these factors, but they are contributors in turning on and off the bad genes or the predisposition of aggression. And such traits are observable largely heritable at age 7. This supports early screening and identification in schools and the clinical settings. Targeting these traits early can help prevent the escalation of antisocial behavior into adolescence and adulthood. Individualized interventions, especially for children with callous and emotional traits who may not respond to traditional parenting or behavioral strategies. Interventions may need to focus on reward based approaches, emotional training, and positive reinforcement rather than punishment. While the heritability of the psychopathic traits raises important insights, it also brings ethical challenges that there is a risk of labeling and stigmatizing children too early, potentially leading to discrimination or fatalistic beliefs about their capacity for a change. And it happens, unfortunately, when some is still culturally unaware, not educated enough, and there is of empathy, compassion, and the attenuation to what is needs to be done and be objective, not subjective. Sometimes it needs the caregiver or the who is in the care team to be educated on culture competency, on the cross culture integration, and the culture intelligence in regulating the neurobiology of aggression. So that is a whole different approach, and hopefully, and mostly it takes neuroendocrine approach due to their neurological and hormonal changes takes place at their developmental period or the sensitive period of development. So let us see. There are some limitations, however, reliance on teacher report may introduce subjective biases. As I may saying, make an inventory about your own biases first, because from the culture norm, the heuristic memory, and the whatever is relevant, whatever is comfortable is being repeated, because I'm not, that is takes a lot of effort and focus and attention, which may integrate another region of the brain which may be neglected, and it is weak in connections. So this can lead a lot of biases, especially when it is there is geopolitical biases, when there is political, religious attribution or attitude bias, age, gender, sex, race, ethnicity bias. So we are not 100% pure on decision making. So we have to put multiple integration, multiple experiences, and you see the pattern. Look for the pattern and the observation. It takes time to, to pick it. Contextual limitations, the sample was limited in the United Kingdom population and may not generalize the globally. The size of the sample is so important. You at least you have from 50 to 100 participant in one study, at least for the impact you go through, like community or a specific population. So you have a higher impact by screening or self-reported questionnaires or surveys. You put this as an integration of an existing system to bring input into modification, change, alteration, or elimination of unwanted practices that doesn't bring the desired outcome. So value-based or patient outcome or participant outcome. What is the main goal? What is the objective of what you are looking for? Developmental dynamics, while genetic influence were strong at age 7, environmental factors may become more influential later, like adolescence. And this is when, like, I wanna, I wanna be me. I wanna prove myself. I wanna have social acceptance, validation, fit, and the list goes on. That is the self-deception and the wrong fallacy that has been adopted since 7 years old. Future research should explore gene environment interaction. We say the genotype phenotype, that is epigenetic. From now on, we are focusing on the epigenetic of the behavior, longitudinal outcomes, and how biological predisposition interact within a specific environment, such as harsh and nurturing parenting. As I stated before, the human behavior among a group, among a society, among community, among individual, it is not the same with a specific person or group of people, specific environment, or certain parameters in place. Humans are really good at masking, putting the right mask in front of others, or they are like chameleon. The chameleon effect. If you read about the chameleon effect, so you are going to understand how it is. The chameleon effect is going to impact how you are being perceived, but at the same time the perpetrator is highly excelled in mimicking the the target or the victim behavior. So be aware of that and give it time. And how biological predisposition interact with specific environments, such as harsh and nurturing parenting. The studies done by in 2005 represent a critical milestone in understanding that psychopathy as a developmental and largely genetically influenced condition, even in early childhood. The strong genetic contribution to callous unemotional traits and conduct problems at age 7 highlights the importance of early assessment, biologically informed interventions, and ongoing research into modifiable environment factors. These findings also challenge purely environmental models of antisocial development and support a biopsychosocial approach to understand and treating early psychopathic tendencies. Okay, so a little bit dive into the biological foundation of violence or the antisocial behavior. So, like Ms. Drawing, it's more than 3 decades of research. Not only environment and social learning plays a critical role in predisposition in the individuals to antisocial behaviors or conduct disorders or things like that, or the violent behavior. Um, so there were like a perspective from neuroscience, genetics, evolutionary biology, and psychology to build a compelling case of the inclusion of biological risk factors in violent and antisocial behaviors in criminal justice practices. So what has been like set the stage for the argument that biological factors contribute substantially to violent and antisocial behavior, often interacting with environmental conditions, while there is in not elevating the importance of upbringing, trauma, poverty, and abuse. The study or the research studies that the brain structure and function, genetic abnormalities, and the neurochemical imbalances can predispose individuals to aggression, impulsivity, and the lack of empathy, key ingredients of violent behavior. So for brain abnormalities, so there is some outlines linked to violence. Prefrontal cortex. Individuals with reduced activity or volume in the prefrontal cortex exhibit poor impulse control, weak decision making, and reduced empathy, all predictors of antisocial behavior. The amygdala, the region regulates emotional responses like fear and anger. A smaller or less active amygdala is associated with callous, unemotional traits and psychopathy. Neuroimaging studies cited that in the book showing that the violent offenders often have significant impairment in both of these regions, suggesting a neurological basis for emotional detachment and impulsive aggression. I stated before the MAOA gene or the warrior gene regulates the metabolism of neurotransmitters like dopamine and serotonin. Certain low activity variant of MAOA are linked to increased aggression, especially in individuals exposed to childhood maltreatment. This supports a gene environment interaction model where biology and experience co-produce antisocial or conduct disorders tendencies. Neurotransmitters imbalance, particularly low serotonin levels, are connected to impulsivity and aggression. So similarly, abnormalities in cortisol, a stress hormone, can result in a blunted stress response, reducing fear of punishment and making individuals more prone to risk taking and violence. Other prenatal and early development risks like malnutrition during pregnancy, exposure to toxins like lead, birth complications, maternal smoking, and alcohol use. These early life risks can compromise brain development and increase the likelihood of conduct disorders and antisocial behavior later in life. There is a unique contribution to the neuroanatomy or the anatomy of violence. It is contributing to the explanation of antisocial behavior and behavioral misconduct or behavioral conduct disorders. Suggesting that some violent behaviors may have evolutionary roots such as fighting for resources or mates. This is a survival of the fittest. That is that the maladaptive or the evolutionary reptilian mammalian brain of survival. This is from the primate and the innate nature of the pathophysiology. Maladaptive in modern society, traits like low empathy, dominance, and risk taking may have offered the survival advantage in ancestral environments, but now, manifest as a psychopathic behaviors. So there is a question is being predisposed to that about free will, moral responsibility, and justice. So yeah, from what I have learned all over, how to protect the human subject and how to raise awareness and how to identify the vulnerable population and how to strengthen their capacities of the right adaptation to the environment. That is through strengthening the central nervous system and their perceived threat, perceived reality, stress, and the threats. We have to understand that this is building a milestone in prevention. It is not allowing the behavior to be done unto the victim, but we have early intervention by identifying that the strengthening of the central nervous system, that is a must. And then you infuse the behavior of empathy, compassion, pro-social environments, and that from early childhood, that will be the norm. And whatever deviate there, from this, there is going to be easy to start and easy to identify, and they have the scenario or have the neural muscles to how to navigate through that. If biological predisposition play a larger role in criminal behavior or antisocial behavior, to what extent is the individual truly responsible? They do this because no, but we are stating that you are not your genes. But what is the cascade of events that taking place, that what matters? So your lived experience, that what matters. Your navigation system through the environment, that what matters. Right nutrition, right support, all of it, that what matters. So should the legal system account for neurobiological deficit in sentencing or rehabilitation? How should the society balance public safety with compassionate understanding of offenders' neurological impairment? There is no simplistic answer to all of that, because it's a context-based, it's a case-based, and a culture and ethnicity based, or age and gender. So you have to have it understand that the whole case or the whole situation from a complex environment and context and patterns over time. Another thing was ethical issues as well from this neurobiology approach, because it present, people will stigmatize, people will. And this will bring the confidentiality, the privacy, and everything is within identifying what needs to take place alternatively instead of allowing the genetic to rule. And that from preventive approach is highly crucial. Some of the ethical issues, like could biological screening lead to preemptive discrimination and stigmatization? Is there a risk of reviving biological determinism or outdated eugenic ideologies? Can neuroscience be used responsibly in policy and legal context? That is truly needs to shift health culture. So, shifting health culture, what health means, that is what we would like to understand. It's not condemnation, it is not judgment. We are already had enough condemnation, judgment, labeling, and just looking at whatever can flow the, the opponent or the competitive entity. We had enough of that. We would like to reach the balance between the ethical oversight and what the true intervention need to take place from 7 years old. That is protecting a whole family, a whole school, a whole community, a whole nation gradually. There are communities, they are living now in isolation because they think that crystallization and closing the doors on a specific population, that is the right way to go now. And from the perspective of the social human are social beings. Now it is being deviated a lot in different structure and function. So another strategy has to take place or consideration nutrition programs during pregnancy. What type of nutrition? So based on the mom nutrition deficiency, should we focus on brain health the nutrition deficiency, or should we focus on gut brain axis, or we focus on what creates a healthy central nervous system nutrition? That is in the, I suppose, like it's or scientifically the mother prepare her body 2 years, because still the body is going through the repair. Early screening for neurodevelopmental risk factors, cognitive behavioral therapies, and tailored to neurological profiles. So I'm dealing with dinomes, I'm dealing with the gut brain axis, I'm dealing with the central nervous system attenuation. Brain based rehabilitation that targets impulse control and emotional regulation. Integrating biology into the antisocial behavior and behavioral conduct disorders could be more effective, humane, and scientifically grounded in criminal justice policies. It's an interdisciplinary approach. Work fundamentally challenges the traditional views of responsibility. This is restructuring, remodification. By incorporating findings from neuroscience, genetics, developmental psychology, by introducing the biopsychosocial model. And this is one of the core components in health psychology, biopsychosocial model, and the human ecological model and other behavioral theories for integration within a targeted population. Yet we have how biology interacts with the environment and shape violent behavior. Promoting scientifically informed and compassionate approaches to understand and managing violence, early intervention, policy reform, and continued ethical dialogue as biological knowledge advances. So it is not creating everybody. I'm looking for the flow to exclude you or excommunicate you. I'm looking for what the stick that I say no, like the inclusion and exclusion criteria. I am looking for anything to for exclusion. I'm looking for anything for exclusion. So this a culture shift when we understand the differences, agree not to disagree, agree not to disagree, and stay neutral. You don't have to align yourself with any party. It is being objective, not subjective. What needs to be done? What needs to be done? What I want to prevent or eliminate keeping dehumanizing human nature or the human condition, from the depleting burden of disease and creating healthy people, healthy communities. So, understanding the sociological and psychological frameworks as well, focusing on the environmental factors like poverty, social inequality, peer influence, dysfunctional family dynamics. However, over the last decades, there has been a significant shift in the understanding the forensic science of it. So that is looking at the biomarkers and the parameters and what criteria I'm looking for, the inclusion and exclusion, what lab work needs to be done, what neuroimaging needs to be done, age specific and gender specific. The biological approach does not discount the role of environment, but posits that genetic, neurochemical, and the neuroanatomical factors significantly contribute to an individual predisposition to aggression, antisocial behavior, and conduct disorders. Some examples of that genetic influence that when studies contributed to this perspective, reveal higher concordance rates for antisocial behavior in monozygotic identical twins compared to dizygotic fraternal twins, suggesting a genetic component. Callous and emotional traits, which are linked to psychopathy, are highly heritable in children as young as 7 years old. Furthermore, MAOA gene, the warrior gene, has been implicated in aggression. Individuals with low activity variant of the gene, especially when exposed to childhood maltreatment, are at higher risk of developing violent and antisocial behavior. And this prime gene environment interaction of phenotype, genotype phenotype. Neurological imaging studies have consistently found abnormalities in the brains individuals who engage in violent behaviors. The prefrontal cortex, responsible for impulse control, decision making, and moral reasoning, is often underactive or structurally impaired in individuals with antisocial traits. The amygdala, a brain region that processes emotions like fear and empathy, tends to be smaller or less active in psychopathic individuals. This can result in emotional detachment, reduced fear conditioning, lack of empathy, key traits in many violent offenders. These structure and functional abnormalities suggest that brain based impairment can hinder moral reasoning, impulse control, and emotional regulation, leading to higher rates of violent behavior. Neurotransmitters and hormones also play a crucial role in regulating behavior. Serotonin is a neurotransmitter that regulates mood and aggression. Levels of serotonin have been linked to impulsivity, irritability, and aggressive outbursts. Dopamine, which is associated with reward processing, may contribute to risk seeking or thrill seeking behavior. often observed in antisocial individuals. Testosterone, a hormone associated with dominance and aggression, has also been implicated in increased likelihood of violent behavior, though its effects are complex and modulated by social context. Prenatal and early life biological insults can also increase the risk of later violent behaviors. Prenatal exposure to toxins, lead, alcohol, nicotine, can impair brain development. And it is we see the fetus alcohol syndrome. And unfortunately, the offspring pay a price lifetime, and this compromise. However, if we understand the neuroanatomy or the neurofunction and the structure of this fetus, we're going to start to design the environment that can bring the dignity, integrity, and respect for this. They have no fault in that. They have no fault or they paid no crime in that. As we say, we as adult, we messed it up. It is intergenerational from baby boomers, Generation X, and millennial. We are going through the motion in reaping what has been swept under the rug, left unknown, and the culture of celebration of strengths dichotomy and the what we call it, the conflict resolution, personality conflict. All this it has proven by the research. It is labels have been to sweep under the rug what is needed to be addressed. So we adapt parameters or labels or icons to put label on everything we do just for justification and sweep it under the rug, but we don't address the root causes of the behavior. And who is predisposed for that? Start is early. Start early. So if you wanna bring your offspring to life, ask yourself the question: what type of heritability I'm gonna pass through them? And do I need to change for them not to go through this again? Can impair brain, we said the lead, alcohol, nicotine can impair brain development, birth complications, and like hypoxia, for example, or delay in birthing, or a low weight birth and malnutrition in early life have all been linked to greater rates of conduct disorders and aggression in childhood development. Individuals with early neurological impairment were significantly more likely to engage in misconduct, criminal behaviors, especially when coupled with adverse social environments. What feeds, what drives? What feeds, what drives? I think we need to establish schools from the neurobiology first, and then bring the dignity, respect, and integrity for the human subject for all ages, because it included the caregiver, teachers, those who are responsible on the system. All are you, your emotional, toxic emotional load, your unhealthy interpersonal relationships, and your trauma bleeding. Are they impacting the mission you are making? Are they impacting the new generation? They are going to be the decision makers sooner or later. Some biological theorists argue that certain behavior associated with criminality may have evolutionary origins or biologically already rooted. Traits like risk-taking, impulsivity, and aggression may have once conferred survival or reproductive advantage in ancestral environment. While these traits may have been adaptive historically, they have become maladaptive in modern society, often leading to antisocial outcomes. So, what are the legal and ethical, again, and social implication of all of this? That if the biological deficit impair a person's ability to control behavior, should they be held fully accountable in the legal system? So, I don't have this. The self-control, and I have this high seeking risk behavior impulsivity. Should they be held accountable? How can the biological risk factors be used in prevention without leading to stigmatization or biological? Because guess what? What is the motivation and what is the intention? Because everybody is carrying specific biases. If this information is going to be turned against you, it's going to be used against you, it's going to be used to dehumanize you. So that is, it is tough question in the legal and ethical world, because we do not understand exactly how, what is the correct definition of unbiased decision. It is based on the context. It is based on the context. What made me take this decision? It is based on the context. Bring the context in perspective. You're going to understand why things go this way. Can early identification of biological risks allow for effective targeted intervention? So we look at the science right now, and can it be used against a specific population? Because that is another ethical. We mentioned that can have higher academic profile, but they are using their knowledge the wrong way to harm, to hurt, and to cause disadvantage. So that is another, and it goes back to what is your moral compass since 7 years old? What is your moral compass since 7 years old? Which is a tough question to answer. A tough question to answer. Humans are your fearfully and wonderfully made. I understand that life can have a better place, can be a better place. Life can have harmony and productivity and everything, but there are other contexts disrupt, unfortunately. Advocacy now is needed for a balanced approach, recognizing biology as one factor among many in promoting compassionate, evidence-based justice policies. We call for restorative justice and just environment. What this means? This is by educating everyone, all levels, at all levels. What is the mission? What is the vision? What is the perspective? What is not tolerated? What is being expected? What is the perspective of the, the dynamic within group and individuals? It is bringing emotional maturity and bringing professionalism and bringing another level of human being, a whole another level. One thing, and I say, don't condemn, don't judge anyone. If they understand how to carry themselves with dignity and integrity, they will never go back to what they is being environmentally is one thing. Because guess what? It's going to be pre-identified goals and objectives, and there is a clear pathway for them to correct the course, the discourse. Once of the interventions or community intervention is discourse. So that is a wide or from macro level planning, the discourse. The biological roots can provide a powerful framework to understand the antisocial behavior, aggression, and conduct disorders. It can present a powerful framework, understanding why some individuals are more prone to violence, antisocial behavior than others. Why biology alone does not determine the violent behavior. It interacts with environmental factors to shape behavioral outcomes. Biopsychosocial model, which integrates the genetics and neurological, psychological, and social factors, offers the most comprehensive understanding of the antisocial behaviors, incorporating biological insights into prevention, rehabilitation, and criminal justice may enhance both public safety and individual well-being. However, you have to train everyone walk into the door. What does it mean by culture health, psychological safety, uh, integration of the mind body or by mind body in decision making, promoting empathy, compassion, and integrated practices that is all focused on the health and well-being of individuals and meeting them where they are. It's a dialogue. Now, talk therapy is proving like a high prevalence of positive outcomes because what doesn't find itself in words find itself in organs. But do you have the safe environment to express a voice? Do you have the trusted environment to express a voice? That is another issue from intergenerational trauma, where the cascades of culture norms. Another impact is in aggression and externalized behavior problems from age 3, 8, 11, and 17. That is the sensitive period of development. So that are the critical development, lots of taking place, shaping and modifying the pathophysiology and behavioral input. Nutrition during early childhood plays a critical role in brain development, cognitive functioning, and behavioral regulation. A study made in 2004 offers compelling evidence linking early childhood malnutrition to externalizing behavioral problems, such as aggression, delinquency, and hyperactivity during later childhood and adolescence. This research contributes significantly to understanding of how biological and developmental factors, particularly in the first few years of life, can influence long-term behavior outcomes and potential risk for antisocial behavior. It's a longitudinal investigation that followed a cohort of children from age 3 through age 17. It sought to explore whether malnutrition at age 3 was predictive of externalizing behavior problems at later age 8, 11, and 17. Externalizing behavior refers to outwardly directed behaviors such as aggression, role breaking, impulsivity, hyperactivity. These behaviors are often precursors to conduct disorders, juvenile delinquency, and late criminology or criminality. My apology. Examples, the studies follow others. The studies followed from birth. From birth, 1,795 children, 111 children, 6.2 were identified as having experienced moderate to severe malnutrition at age 3. The clinical signs is angular stomatitis, hair dyspigmentation, distended abdomen, and other physical indicators commonly associated with protein energy malnutrition or PEM. Externalizing behaviors were measured through teacher rating at age 8 and 11 using a standardized behavior checklist. Self-reports at age 17 using the self-report delinquency scale. Other controller for confounding factors. And another of the research is confounding factors. These are the factors that hasn't been accounted into the study, and they are not in the inclusion and exclusion criteria, and they are not in the data analysis. However, through the research procedure and the processing, there are other factors have been founding have more influence or impact on the behavior than what has been identified that they are the criteria for the study and the hypothesis and the first is speculation that this if this happened that will happen. So one of the some of the confounding variables, socioeconomic status, that's what we see in social determinant of health right now. Parental education, birth complications, cognitive ability, the IQ status, maternal mental health. So that's what we say in social health disparities, social determinant of health, and health inequities. All these programs and all these studies are understanding the geographic and demographic tapestry or the makeup of the population and why they are presenting, especially on health ranking. I'm going to write this health ranking. If you look at your county or by state, you are going to see exactly what your county needs to work on and why they are rated highly and why they are lower in the ranking. And that is when we understand the health outcomes. Health outcomes are population outcomes, are quality of life, health span, and well-being. This is what present you as a human, and lots of factors has lots of work needs to be done, and there is responsibility comes with that. So the programming of showing strengths through negative behavior, you have to re-question that, because you can promote other positive or dynamics or integration of other philosophies, other structures can elevate everyone and no one left behind. So I understand these findings more robust and minimize the chance that social or environmental variables are fully explained the observed outcomes. And there are quantitative, that is numbers, which determines like, okay, this happened like statistically by what this number can indicate. Qualitative, what is the implication of the real application or the evidence-based implementation of the approach on the quality of life or the health outcomes of the lifespan and health span? What is the change occurred when the study is implemented or the intervention is implemented? So we are going from the individualistic approach into the communal. So how to heal together. So malnutrition at age 3 significantly predicted increased the externalized behavior at all three follow-up points, 8 years old, 11 and 17 years old. These relationships remained significant even after controlling for socioeconomic status, IQ, and other risk factors. The effective size was moderate. So the effective size is here. It brings the outcome of the feasibility, the validity, the credibility, the accountability of the participant implementation for the intervention, and how this was negative or positive, have the negative or positive. There are limitations, there are consideration, there are research gaps that needed to be considered. What we need to do then, when the data, the knowledge is power, but knowledge without implementation is useless, because you see knowledge everywhere now, indicating that early malnutrition had a measurable and meaningful impact on later behavioral outcomes. IQ partially mediates the relationship, suggesting that malnutrition may impair cognitive functioning, which in turn contributes to behavioral dysregulation. And, there are certain culture, if you are not good at math and science and math, you are not worth it. So unfortunately, they don't understand that the developmental stage, there is a foundation, there is a soil needs to be prepared. That's your central nervous system, needs to be prepared before sowing the seeds. And first, are the seeds well kept? Are the seeds well prepared? Are the seeds void of any pathogens? Because, as I say, it comes with from 4 generations. What are you passing to the offspring? So the study supports the neurodevelopmental hypothesis of antisocial behavior. Malnutrition in early life can disrupt brain development, particularly in areas responsible for impulsive control, that is executive function, and emotional regulation, and cortices, and this is all developmental, cortices, and executive function, notably the prefrontal cortex and amygdala. These neurodevelopmental impairments may lead to difficulty managing emotions, the overwhelmed state. I didn't know how to do that. I didn't know what this mean. You don't have, before 7 years old, you don't have the language. 7 years old, you have the language. But how to process this language, that matters. Controlling impulses and following social norms, resulting in externalizing behaviors. The findings also provide support for developmental pathway in which early biological insults contribute to later behavioral problems, even when counting for environmental influences. The results highlight the importance of early nutritional interventions, especially in low-income settings, as a means for preventing long-term behavioral problems. Public health strategies that address childhood nutrition, particularly in the first 1,000 days from conception to age 2 to 3, may have long-term benefits, not just for physical health, but also behavioral and mental. Intervention for children early affected by early malnutrition, cognitive and behavioral interventions may help reduce the risk of externalizing problems, especially if implemented early. The study supports biopsychosocial model of antisocial behavior, where biological risk, malnutrition, and psychosocial stressors interact to influence the trajectory of conduct, problem, and delinquency. A study provides strong evidence that malnutrition at age 3 is a significant predictor of externalizing behavior problem across childhood and adolescence, independent of other risk factors. This underscores the lasting behavior consequences of early biological deprivation and supports broader efforts to integrate biological and nutritional and developmental factors into models of antisocial and conductive disorders behaviors. Early nutritional support may be a cost effective and human approach by preventing future conduct problems and societal harm. Okay, for conduct disorder is a mental health condition characterized by persistent patterns of aggressive, antisocial, and rule-breaking behavior. It typically emerges in childhood or adolescence and is associated with poor emotional regulation, impulsivity, reduced empathy, and violation of social norms. That is according to the American Psychiatric Association, 2013. Recent advances in neuroscience and psychobiology have established that emotions, neurotransmitter systems, histamine, glutamate, dopamine, and neural structure and function are intimately involved in the etiology and maintenance of conduct disorders. And histamine, one of the neurotransmitters and hormone, underestimated, understudied and behaviors. These biological systems influence how individuals experience, process, and respond to emotional stimuli, especially threat, frustration, reward, which are central to the behavioral symptoms seen in conduct disorders. Emotional dysregulation is a hallmark of conduct disorder. Children and adolescents with conduct disorder display reduced empathy, that you see high increased bullying and mobbing activity. Bullying can be individual to individual, and can be private or public. Mobbing, it is a networking. Blunted emotional responsiveness, exaggerated fear or anger responses, difficulty interpreting social cues. These deficits are thought to stem from abnormalities in limbic system structure: fight, flight, freeze, fawn, feel, particularly the amygdala and the prefrontal cortex, which regulate emotional responses and the social behavior. Research shows that callous unemotional traits, which are often seen in youth and with conduct disorders, are associated with reduced amygdala activation to the stress cues, suggesting a biological bias for emotional indifferences and antisocial behavior. Though traditionally linked to allergic responses, histamine also plays a neuromodulatory role in the brain, particularly areas regulating arousal, attention, and aggression. I mentioned histamine is one of underestimated and understudied in behavior, or behavior in general, from neurobiology, psychopathology, and neurofunctional structure. The histaminergic system, especially through H3 receptors, influences dopaminergic and glutamatergic neurotransmission, which are crucial for behavioral inhibition and impulse control. Abnormal histamine signaling has been associated with neuropsychiatric disorders, including attention deficit hyperactivity disorder or ADHD, which often co-occurs with conduct disorders. Emerging research suggests that modulating histamine receptors may hold therapeutic potential for impulsive aggression and behavioral dysregulation, though this remains an underexplored area in conduct disorder specific studies. Because it is sometimes it is identifying your target population. The sample size can be, funding is huge in that, and neuroendocrine pathway is the highest challenge in practice, research, theory, and pharmacological intervention, because you have to have the fund, you have to have the support for these studies to take place. So, see, Glutamate is a primary excitatory neurotransmitter. So I say, understand your excitotoxicity ratio. Histamine, glutamate, dopamine, this is one of the excitotoxicity. Some microglia, all, some, all. It's a lot. So in the brain, and plays a critical role in synaptic plasticity, learning and memory, emotion regulation. This regulation of the glutamatergic system, particularly in the prefrontal cortex and limbic areas, has been linked to increased impulsivity and aggression, which are core symptoms of conduct disorder. Hyperglutamatergic states may contribute to emotional reactivity, hostility, and disinhibition behaviors. Moreover, glutamate dysfunction may affect the cortical subcortical communication, reducing an individual ability to regulate behavior impulses driven by emotional arousal. Dopamine is a central player. I have to do a whole video on dopamine because it's a fascinating neurotransmitter and misunderstood as well. There is good dopamine, there is bad dopamine. Dopamine is a central player in the brain reward circuitry, influencing motivation. And in aggression, you have to look for motivation and intention. And you see the pathway through it. Motivation, reinforcement, learning, impulsivity, and risk taking. Youth with conduct disorder often exhibit abnormal dopamine function, particularly hypersensitivity in the mesolimbic dopamine system, including the nucleus accumbens and ventral tegmental area, may result in increased reward seeking and the behavior seeking to get this dopamine rush and the joy. Reduce the sensitivity and punishment. Preference for immediate over delayed gratification, and this is seen on as well. The classical experiment is the marshmallow experiment. How far you can delay gratification into doing something. These traits align with the behavioral phenotype, gene environment interaction of conduct disorder, and may explain poor decision making and persistent rule breaking despite negative consequences. In addition, some forms of early onset of conductive disorder show dopaminergic underactivity in the prefrontal cortex, contributing to executive function, and this will come to the default mood network, that is the rumination network, executive function deficits, and impulses control problems. Several neuroimaging studies have found structure and function brain differences in individuals with conduct disorders. Reduced volume in the amygdala, orbitofrontal cortex, and anterior cingulate cortex, regions involved in emotion regulation, moral decision making, and social behavior. Cortical thinning, and I mentioned before in the behavior in the video, the impact because of the excitotoxicity load and the allostatic load is eating away the density and the integrity of the gray matter, the white matter, and impacting the synaptic connections. Cortical thinning in the ventromedial prefrontal cortex, which contributes to deficient empathy, poor risk evaluation, and impulsivity. So, are they acting from the system integrations or are they acting from the autonomic limbic system? The hyperactive, impulsivity. Hypoactivity in the prefrontal cortex during a task requiring inhibition, planning, or empathy. Hyperactivity in the amygdala during aggressive or threatening stimuli in some subtypes, particularly reactive aggression. While Callous, unemotional subtypes often show amygdala underactivity. These findings indicates that conduct disorder is associated with disrupted neural networks. And this brings another ethical and legal issue. Do are they held accountable? The responsibility, the ethical and legal responsibility. No law, no justice system has a regulation for emotions or subjectability for this regulation. I didn't know. I didn't know how to approach it. But however, I want people to understand the value of life and how God created them in His image. What this means. These findings indicate that conduct disorder is associated with disrupted neural networks, particularly those involved in affective processing, that's emotions, cognitive control, that's the skills in the daily life activities, and the social cognition, that is interpersonal relationships, integration. So, combining all of these findings, we can conceptualize that conduct disorder indicates emotional dysregulation due to amygdala dysfunction, impaired executive function due to prefrontal deficits, abnormal neurotransmitter function, including elevated glutamate, emotional reactivity, dopamine dysregulation, reward seeking impulsivity or behavior seeking impulsivity, histamine disruption, attention, arousal, aggression. These biological factors interact with environmental influences like trauma, neglect, peer delinquency, creating a complex biopsychosocial pathway to conduct disorders. Conduct disorder is a multifactorial condition involving biological, emotional, and neurological dysregulations. Emotions, neurotransmitters, including histamine, glutamate, and dopamine, and the brain function and structure all play critical roles in shaping neurobehavioral phenotype associated with conduct disorders. While social and environmental factors are undeniably important, the biological underpinning provide crucial insights for identification, early screening, early intervention, early, from 7 years old, you name it, targeted intervention, and neurologically informed treatment. Neurologically, so we are working on the central nervous system regulation. If you got this, you have a balanced electrobiochemical. Over time, it takes because stress is integral part of modern life now. It's something that already it's supposed the cellular mechanism already adapted because it's repetitive and coming from one generation to the other and allowing the biosystem to function from a state they are not designed to from the first place. Um, I need to see. Oh, here. So, I hear one. Okay, I want to focus on histamine, because this is one of the, and when we understand the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis, and in the diencephalon, that is the deep structure of the brain, with especially glutamate and histamine, it brings you okay. Why? How come from the beginning the stress response, the immune response, be regulated? How come it responds to some modalities responds to the external stimuli through the suprachiasmatic, the visual, and the peripheral nervous system can determine the pattern of the behavior that is going to be maladaptive and is going to be harming later on. But the person doesn't identify it, the culture doesn't identify it, it is culture norm, it is who they are, how they want to function. Uh, Stay calm, detach, be that, don't, don't engage, don't, yeah. But however, how this impact over time on the witness themselves, this is a secondhand trauma. In any setting, the secondhand trauma, it can present the pathophysiology of a traumatized brain. So over time. So what was not left unaddressed, what is not being intolerated and openly. You don't say that this is not allowed and it is allowed openly. That is a contradiction and double standard. That's no. How the internal and external align together. How it's being publicized and being said is what is already happening. Yes, there are lots of regulations and there are multiple of things like imposed on us, but it stress the communities and the structure of the human perception, and it is difficult, it's challenging to be addressed, but we're reaping it in the form of chronic conditions and chronic conditions and psychiatric disorders and uh, other unwanted behaviors or the lack of safety in the community in general. Let us see. Histamine is a biogenic amine, best known for its role in immune response and allergic reactions. So you say histamine, allergies, histamine, allergies. Okay, but yeah. However, histamine is also is a neurotransmitter in the central nervous system where it influences a wide range of physiological and behavioral functions. Sleep awake regulation, cognition, attention, feeding behavior, aggression, pain modulation, neuroendocrine control. And that is the challenge in any practice and any research. Understanding the behavior from I requested in my master degree, I communicated with many universities. I said I would like to work in aggression from neuroendocrine approach. Unfortunately, yeah, no one say yes. It is a messy, but if we understand what is specific, I'm seeking for early intervention. I'm seeking from ages 7 to 12. So it was a tough it was a tough journey, attending conferences, attending seminars, and attending like interviews virtually. And unfortunately, I said neuroendocrine approach. It is a tough, but if we understand it is bringing what discipline we would like to work on, we want to prevent that from family perspective. It will benefit all. It will benefit all because what is inherited, what is called like my mom, my grandma, whatever the whoever doing this behavior, and they do it, and this is what happened. They do it, and this is what happened. Maybe what has been done before is not the best courses that be taken, or the best approach to be taken into preventing the offspring from the exposure from harsh environments, without strengthening their central nervous system and equipping them with the narratives, with cross culture awareness, and the training that will allow them evolve across the lifespan, not predisposed to the disorder. Takes a lot. Yeah, takes a lot. The central effects of histamine are mediated by four types of histamine receptors, H1, 2, 3, 4, all of which the G protein coupled receptor, or GPCRS, with distinct functions, distribution patterns, and therapeutic implications. H1 receptor, or histamine 1 receptors, found in the cortex, thalamus, and hypothalamus, regulate wakefulness, arousal, and cognitive alertness. Antagonists produce sedation, while H1 activation promote wakefulness. Therapeutic relevance, like we call antihistamine, so it create this numbness. H1 receptor, however, the immune response is not regulated. The stress response is not regulated. The modulation of the right communication between synaptics is not regulated. The microbiome is not addressed, so it is treating the symptoms, not the root cause. H1 receptor antagonists are used in allergy treatment, but their sedating side effect is due to central nervous system H1 receptor blockade. So if you block a point, but still the pathophysiology is waiting to be awakened again with the environmental input. H2 receptors expressed in neurons, astrocytes, and the microglia, but a lower level than H1 and H3 receptors modulate neurotransmitter release, acetylcholine, and dopamine. So histamine modulate the neurotransmitter release of acetylcholine and dopamine, involved in long-term memory consolidation and synaptic plasticity, less commonly targeted therapeutically in the central nervous system disorders. It is underestimated, understudied. That is what I learned from my my class and research on psychoneuroimmunology. H3 receptors predominantly located in the brain, especially the cortex, basal ganglia, and hypothalamus. Function as a presynaptic autoreceptor and heteroreceptors, meaning they inhibit the release of histamine and other neurotransmitters like dopamine, norepinephrine, acetylcholine, serotonin, glutamate. Regulate attention, arousal, learning, and feeding behavior. H3 receptor antagonists, inverse agonists, enhance cognition and attention by increasing neurotransmitter release, making them promising candidates for intervention for ADHD, narcolepsy, one of the sleep disorders, Alzheimer's disease, and schizophrenia. And highly, I remember in my behavioral neuroscience class, schizophrenia, I chose histamine as a target intervention. H4 receptors mainly found in hematopoietic and immune cells. But emerging evidence suggests that the expression of central nervous system, particularly in microglia and neural precursors, may modulate neuroinflammation, though researchers, because schizophrenia, high neuroinflammation, alteration of or the alteration of the dignity of the gray matter and white matter and prefrontal cortex thinning. Neural precursors, they modulate neuroinflammation, though research is still in its early stages. Could be relevant to neurodegenerative diseases and neuroinflammatory disorders. Therapeutic application and research development, H3 antagonists like pitolisant or Walkex have shown pro-cognitive and wake promoting effect by increasing cortical histamine, dopamine, and acetylcholine. Studies suggest the potential intervention for attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, schizophrenia, negative and cognitive symptoms, cognitive decline in Alzheimer's disease, sleep disorders. Histamine promotes wakefulness, so H3 antagonists are approved in Europe for narcolepsy, especially by improving daytime alertness. These agents offer a non-dopaminergic alternative to traditional stimulant medications. So have the dopaminergic, glutamatergic, and serotonergic. There are multiple pathways, but however, there are other pathways is being in research and in implication between research and practice, and seeing and what works for a specific population may not work for other population based on their biosystem and genetic predisposition, and there where they are right now, as a neuro map or a neuropathology map. You see, central histamine suppresses appetite via H1 and H2. It may make it as a prospective treatment in a course of intervention in obesity and metabolic disorders. H3 antagonists may be explored in weight management, though side effects and selectivity remain concerns. Neurodegenerative, like serotonergic modulation, may play in as a neuroprotective role by reducing oxidative stress, modulating microglia activity, and there is a test is microglia panel. It can be done as well. Regulating inflammation through H4 receptors. Research is ongoing into histamine receptor modulators for conditions like Parkinson's disease, multiple sclerosis, and Alzheimer. Challenges are presented, like selectivity. Achieving a receptor-specific effect without off-target action is difficult, especially due to widespread distribution of H1 and H2 receptors. Side effects: H1 antagonists cause sedation and weight gain. H3 antagonists may produce insomnia and irritability. Incomplete understanding, especially regarding H4 receptors in the CNS. More research is needed to clarify their function and therapeutic relevance. Histamine receptors in the central nervous system, particularly H3 receptor, are valuably targeted for therapeutic intervention in a range of neuropsychiatric and neurodegenerative disorders. Their role in modulating arousal, attention, cognition, appetite, and inflammation highlights the centrality of the histaminergic system in brain function. As a selective modulator continue to be developed and studied, The future holds the potential for histamine-based treatment that are effective, specific, and well tolerated. Affinity and tolerancy and the balance of or the bringing the condition management into balance, that is a critical precursor in the progression of the treatment plan. Histaminergic neurons are primarily located in the mammillary nucleus, or TMN, of the posterior hypothalamus. From the TMN, these neurons send widespread projection shifts throughout the brain, including the cortex, prefrontal, parietal, temporal lobes involved in cognition and wakefulness, thalamus, sensory relay and arousal, basal ganglia, motor control and reward, and basal ganglia, the habit creation as well, hippocampus, memory formation, amygdala, emotion processing, brainstem, autonomic and sleep-wake regulation. These pathways regulate arousal, attention, learning, memory, feeding, and neuroendocrine functions. The TMN neurons synthesizes and releases histamine into synaptic clefts. Histamine binds postsynaptically to H1 and H2 receptors to excite neurons and modulate behavior. Histamine acts on H3 receptor located in histaminergic neurons themselves and other neurotransmitter terminals, acting as a negative feedback to reduce further neurotransmitter release, finally tuning arousal and cognition. H4 receptor modulates microglia activation and neuroinflammatory processes. So we have here the locations. Is cortices, the cortex show H1 and H3 receptors, thalamus H1, basal ganglia H2 and H3, hippocampus H1 and H2, amygdala H1, brainstem H3. The widespread projection highlights histamine's role in diffuse modulatory neurotransmitters. The presynaptic H3 receptor is a prime target for drugs aimed at improving attention and wakefulness. Dysfunctions in these pathways are implicated in sleep disorders, cognitive deficit, and neuroinflammation. And neuroinflammation is the root cause, is like the main biomarker in neurodegenerative diseases and neurological disorders. One more time, let me see here. Yes, here. Okay, so I don't bring yesterday brought the brain heart synchronicity, oscillations, and asynchronicity, and its role of the aggression. I am bringing again another piece today is gut-brain axis. Gut-brain axis. It is a complex, dynamic, and network, bidirectional communication network linking the central nervous system and the gastrointestinal tract. It involves neural, hormonal, and immunological signaling pathways. The gut-brain axis influences not only digestion, but also immune response, pain perception, and behavioral processes such as mood and cognition. And part of the aggression is the experience of pain or pain perception. So we can add another like perceived reality, perceived stress, perceived threat, and pain perception. We add this piece at all included into immune responses and behavioral processes. And the enteric nervous system embedded in the gut wall communicates extensively with the central nervous system via vagus nerve, that is the cranial nerve, spinal afferent, and autonomic pathways. Deep tissue in the gut includes layers of muscularies, submucosa, and associated with nerve plexus, which mediate sensory input related to stretch, chemical irritation, and inflammation. Visceral afferent neurons convey signals from deep tissue to the spinal cord and brainstem, modulating pain and autonomic function. Intestinal inflammation or inflammatory bowel disease, IBD, triggers release of pro-inflammatory cytokines such as tumor necrosis factor alpha. We see it all across conditions. TNF alpha and interleukin 6 and interleukin 1 beta. These cytokines can cross the blood-brain barrier or activate vagal afferent, inducing central neuroinflammation. Chronic inflammation affects brain regions involved in mood and cognition, such as the hippocampus and prefrontal cortex, contributing to depression and anxiety. Visceral pain is a key symptom in GI disorders and is mediated by neuroimmune interactions in the gut. Peripheral sensitization occurs when inflammatory mediators lower the activation threshold of nociceptors in deep gut tissue. Central sensitization refers to increased excitability of spinal and brain neurons processing visceral input, leading to chronic pain syndromes like irritable bowel syndrome, IBS. Molecular mediators of pain include substance B, calcitonin gene related peptide, or CGRP, glutamate, and histamine. Alteration in gut microbiota and inflammation can influence behavior and emotional regulation. In gut dysbiosis leads to increased anxiety-like behavior and social deficits, mediates via vagus nerve and sympathetic cytokines. Clinical evidence links GI inflammation with higher rates of depression, anxiety, and cognitive impairment. The microbiota gut-brain axis modulates neurodevelopmental, stress responsiveness, and neurotransmitters systems such as serotonin, which is heavily produced in the gut. Microglia activation in the central nervous system is the hallmark of neuroinflammation triggered by peripheral gut inflammation. Cytokines and microbial metabolites like short-chain fatty acids or SCFAS modulates microglia function, influencing synaptic pruning. It's highly in early childhood and adolescence. Neuroplasticity and behavior, epithelial barrier dysfunction in the gut, leaky gut, increases permeability to bacteria and toxins, enhancing systemic inflammation. Alterations in tight junctions proteins, occludin and collidins, compromises the gut barrier, facilitating the translocation of microbial components such as lipopolysaccharides or LPS, which activates immune responses. Neural signaling molecules such as glutamate, dopamine, and histamine are affected by gut microbiota, influencing central nervous system neurotransmission and neuroinflammation. The gut-brain axis integrates deep tissue sensory signaling, immune activation, pain processing, and behavioral regulation through complex molecular and cellular mechanisms. Inflammation in the gut impacts brain function via circulating cytokines and neural pathways, leading to changes in pain sensitivity and emotional behavior. Molecular mediators such as neurotransmitters and microbial metabolites orchestrates this bidirectional communication, representing potential therapeutic targets for both GI and neuropsychiatric disorders. the gut-brain axis. So we have HB axis, MBA axis, and gut-brain axis. So you are connected. You are not separated. You are connected. Epithelial cells forming the intestinal barrier with tight junction protein, collagen, and collagen. Gut microbiota, bacteria, and fungi producing microbial metabolites like short chain fatty acids and neuroactive substances like serotonin precursors and GABA. Immune cell, macrophages, dendritic cells, mast cells releasing pro-inflammatory cytokines, tumor necrosis factor alpha, interleukin 1 beta, and interleukin 6. Enteric neurons in as with sensory afferent detecting luminal changes. Microbial metabolites cross epithelial barriers, modulates immune cell and neurons. Leaky gut damaged tight junctions, allows lipopolysaccharides and other bacterial components in circulation, triggering systemic inflammation and gradually these derbies cause stroke. Cytokines enter bloodstream or signal via vagus nerve, affect the central nervous system. Neurotransmitters, serotonin, dopamine, glutamate, histamine, produced or influenced by microbiota, influence brain function. Vagus nerve transmits signals from gut to brain stem, nucleus tracts, solitaries, spinal afferent to convey deep tissue and pain signals. Central nervous system, areas involved included hypothalamus, amygdala, hippocampus, prefrontal cortex. Microglia activation in response to peripheral inflammation, neuroinflammation, altered the neurotransmitter systems, serotonin, dopamine, affecting mood, cognition, and pain perception. It changes in hypothalamic pituitary adrenal HB axis, stress response modulation. So what are in everything? Look for the master players. Master players. The mastermind. This is wow. The mastermind, the master players. Yes, don't mess up with them. Gut epithelial cells barrier function regulate brain body. Microbiota produce metabolites, neurotransmitters influencing the central nervous system. Immune cells release cytokines causing systemic and central inflammation. Enteric neurons sense the gut environment, relay signals to central nervous system. Vagal afferent neural communication from gut to brain stem. Central nervous system microglia mediate neuroinflammation and synaptic modulation. Central nervous system neurons process pain, stress, mood, cognition. The molecular and cellular interaction demonstrates how gut health profoundly influences brain function and behavior, making the gut-brain axis a vital target for understanding for gastrointestinal disorders with psychiatric symptoms. The chicken and the egg. The chicken address the chicken or the egg. What caused what? What caused what? I love it. It's in here. So I don't know. Everything, every project, it is a chicken and egg. Every project is a chicken and egg. And you go lost in, there are many master players, but which one is targeted and which one can modulate and which one can, and when is the right intervention? Everyone is persisting on early intervention in the sensitive period of development. For irritable bowel syndrome with anxiety and depression, for example, chronic pain conditions, mood disorders linked to inflammation of microbiome imbalance. Sometimes when you fix the gut microbiome, the symptoms disappear and the person is more active, more engaging, and functioning. Aggression is linked to activation of the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis and the sympathetic nervous system, triggering release of stress hormones such as cortisol and catecholamines. Chronic activation of stress pathways elevate circulating cortisol, which has a catabolic effect on skeletal muscle, promoting muscle protein breakdown and contributing to muscle atrophy. So that is the impact of aggression and the biomarkers of emotions and influence on electrobiochemicals and how this affect the muscle and the musculoskeletal health. So I'm saying it again, from HB axis to sympathetic nervous system, that fight, freeze, feed form, triggering release of stress hormones such as cortisol or catecholamines. Chronic activation of stress pathways elevate circulation cortisol, which has a catabolic effect on skeletal muscle, promoting the muscle protein breakdown. So even you are eating healthy, there are cellular mechanisms breaking this protein. It doesn't observe it. It's wasted and say, I'm eating the best healthy in that. What is your excitotoxicity ratio and what your allostatic load? So understand your cellular mechanism first before putting. Sometimes I do this intermittent fasting that starts from 12 18. My target now is 24 hours. I reached the 23 hours 19 minutes. That's what I reached so far. Intermittent fasting, that like washing away the derbies, that can, but it is not for everyone. It's not for everyone. You have to ask your doctor if it is okay with you. There is only drinking fluids just to give your body rest from all this that inputs. Give your body rest and see how you can function for a week or 2 weeks. When you give your body rest of like not drinking the latte or the espresso or the cappuccino or something with cream, sugar, and all of that, and heavy meals, and try to give your body a break and see how much excitotoxicity load you need to, how lots of derbies you need to clean your body system from. Only fluids, 1 or 2 days, and see how you are working. But good fluids without sugar. Yeah. Because this is bringing the awakening to the cellular mechanisms. They started to like to listen to each other again. Yeah. Chronic activation of stress pathways elevate circulating cortisol, which has a catabolic effect on skeletal muscle, promoting muscle protein breakdown and contributing to muscle atrophy. So it's not is lacking. I'm not eating protein. It is the mechanism that break down the muscle protein breakdown. The mechanism that promote that and is in place. Acute stress and aggression may transiently enhance muscle function through adrenal, that is a tolerated level. Acute, that is the tolerated level. Chronic, no. Adrenal mediated increase in blood flow and energy metabolization, but prolonged exposure is detrimental. I don't want to ask you that to be like an ice statue or as like a wooden statue or something like that. You are human. You have emotions. You have interaction. but how they are processed, how they are expressed, that what matters. Is there safety and trust in place? Is there like attenuation and understand and mutual understanding, emotional maturity enough to address a concern, or you have to go haywire routes? Uh, so, the immune response on the and the muscle tissue. Muscle tissue is highly responsive to immune signaling. Inflammation plays a key role in muscle repair and remodeling. In acute injury or exercise, immune cells, macrophages, and neutrophils infiltrate muscle, releasing cytokines that is to heal or to bring this warriors to fight this tumor necrosis, factor alpha and interleukin 6 that promote repair and hypertrophy. However, chronic inflammation, such as in autoimmune or systemic diseases, leads to muscle wasting and atrophy via cytokine-induced activation of paralytic pathways. Elevated pro-inflammatory cytokines also impair muscle stem cell function, inducing regenerative capacity. Creatine kinase, one of the biomarkers in muscle health, and creatine kinase can do a lot to the cell. CK and lactate dehydrogenase LDH are classical biomarkers indicating muscle damage or stress. Myokines, such as erythrin and myostatin, regulate muscle metabolism and growth. Myostatin inhibits muscle growth, promoting atrophy, whereas erythrin supports hypertrophy and metabolic health. Inflammatory markers, including C-reactive protein or CRP and cytokines, are elevated in muscle wasting disease and correlates with functional decline. Emotional and electrochemical signals on muscle integrity. Emotional states such as chronic anxiety and depression can alter muscle function via the autonomic nervous system and HB axis, affecting the muscle tone and the metabolism. Electrophysiological activity of muscle measured by electromyography or EMG varies with emotional arousals. Stress and aggression increase muscle tension, potentially leading to fatigue and injury. At a cellular level, neurotransmitters such as dopamine, serotonin, and histamine influence neuromuscular function and the muscle fiber excitability. Stress hormones also modulate ion channel activity and calcium handling in muscle cells, affecting contraction and energy metabolism. Muscle hypertrophy results from mechanical overload combined with anabolic hormonal signaling, testosterone, and IGF-1, and regulated inflammatory processes. Stress-induced cortisol suppresses anabolic signaling and stimulates muscle protein breakdown via the ubiquitin proteasome and autophagy pathways. Chronic stress and inflammation also impair mitochondria function, your powerhouse, and the energy metabolism in muscle, contributing to sarcopenia and weaknesses. So imagine aggression is correlated in every single symptoms. Everybody gets something. Everyone gets something. But how you understand this, the cellular and the molecular mechanisms on this impact on long term, understand what has been done to your life. Emotional disorders often coincide with physical inactivity, exacerbating muscle loss and impaired repair. Aggression and stress initiate neuroendocrine and immune responses that, while adaptive in acute scenarios, become deleterious in chronic conditions, promoting muscle catabolism and atrophy. Immune mediators serve dual roles, facilitating repair or driving wasting depending on the context. Once again, now understand any behavior within the context and start to draw a scenario. And from this scenario, what is the right pathway you have to be taken off? Emotional and electrophysiological factors modulate muscle tone and metabolism, linking mental health with musculoskeletal outcomes. Biomarkers provide insight into these processes and disease state. Another thing I mentioned earlier is we go to into brain regions, brain connectome, and brain dynome. So I'd like to give a brief account on what is the brain dynome. Refers to the comprehensive map of dynamic brain activity patterns and the temporal organization of neural networks. Unlike static brain connections, brain dynomes emphasize how neural circuits fluctuate and interact over time, encompassing oscillation, synchronization, and network reconfiguration critical for behavioral regulation. It reminds me of the elves preparing for Christmas. Watch this video, see how like everybody go everywhere and presenting other and how the change take and over time how change takes place. Brain dynamics integrates neurobiology, neuroimaging, and computational neuroscience to understand the moment-to-moment brain function, particularly how neural networks dynamics correlate with complex behaviors like aggression. And dynamics means it's changeable, it's not static. So they say, okay, that is if this happened, that would happen. It's not the case anymore. And dynamics, changeable, interchangeable. Aggression is a multifaceted behavior influenced by neurobiological, psychological, and the environmental factors. The brain dynome framework helps elucidate how transient and sustained neural patterns underpin aggressive behaviors. Key brain regions in aggression include amygdala, prefrontal cortex, hypothalamus, and preaqueductal brain, or BAG. This is in social engagement as well. These regions form circuits that regulate threat detection, impulse control, and emotional processing. That's like the Jedi's say, it's okay, go. It's not okay, stop. Yeah. The amygdala is critical for emotional salience and threat perception, often hyperactive during reactive aggression. The ventromedial prefrontal cortex or the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex contribute to impulse control and executive function that inhibit aggressive impulses. The hypothalamus and the preaqueductal gray mediate autonomic and defensive responses involved in aggressive acts. Brain dynomes emphasize solitary neural activity, rhythmic patterns across different frequency bands as the foundational to cognition and behavior. Brain oscillation include, as I stated, the brain waves as well. theta 4 to 8 hertz and alpha from 8 to 12 oscillation in the prefrontal cortex are associated with executive function, executive control and emotion regulation, often disrupted in aggressive individuals. Increased beta 13 to 30 hertz and gamma more than 30 hertz oscillations in limbic structure like the amygdala can correlate with heightened emotional arousal and aggressive responses. Abnormal synchronization or desynchronization between prefrontal cortex and amygdala during social threat processing is linked to poor regulation or aggression. Dynamics involves studying dynamic functional connectivity, DFC, how connectivity strength between regions fluctuates over seconds to minutes in real time, and a lot of brain projects. It's including, I think, 176 institutes and academies across the world. They are taking the computational model of the brain on real time, and they are sharing some of this magnificent computation. Studies show that aggressive individuals have an altered dynamic functional connectivity patterns, particularly reduced connectivity between prefrontal cortex limbic regions, impairing the top-down regulation of aggression. Dysregulated dynamic functional connectivity in circuits underlying reward and threat processing in prefrontal cortex, amygdala, ventral striatum may predispose to impulsive or instrumental aggression. Instrumental aggression, that is the planned, that is the intentional, and it can, that is with more of the dark triad. It's not defensive, it is calculated. Understanding brain dynamics of aggression supports development of neuromodulation therapies, transcranial magnetic stimulation or TMS, deep brain stimulation, targeting dysfunction oscillations or connectivity to reduce aggression. Biofeedback or neurofeedback training aimed to add normalizing brain rhythms associated with aggression and control. Pharmacological interventions targeting neurotransmitters systems, influencing brain network dynamics in serotonin and dopamine. Aggression arises from complex and dynamic interactions with brain circuits, which can be conceptualized through the lens of brain dynamics, that is minute to minute, near real-time connectivity or interaction. Dynamic neural activity patterns and network fluctuations, abnormal oscillations, disrupted connectivity, and altered neural synchronicity between regions like the amygdala, prefrontal cortex underpin aggressive behavior. Advances in understanding these dynamics open pathways for targeted intervention. Okay, so the outcome of aggression in all the spectrum, the outcome of aggression, chronic illness, defined as chronic illness defined as a long-lasting condition such as cardiovascular disease, diabetes, chronic pain, neurological disorders, psychiatric conditions, often correlated with increased rates of aggressive behavior. The relationship is complex and bidirectional, involving biological, psychological, and social components. Chronic illnesses frequently involve neuroinflammation and neurochemical dysregulation that impact the brain regions controlling aggression. For example, systemic inflammation elevates pro-inflammatory cytokines, interleukin X, and tumor necrosis factor alpha, which can cross the blood-brain barrier or BBB and disrupt the functioning of the amygdala, prefrontal cortex, and hypothalamus. regions critical for emotion regulation and impulse control. Chronic pain, common in many illnesses, alters and perceived pain is pain. Believe it when they say it. If they say are in pain, they are. Psychological pain is a physiological pain. Alters neurotransmitters such as serotonin, dopamine, increasing irritability and aggressive tendencies. Some neurological disorders like traumatic brain injury, epilepsy, Parkinson's disease directly impair prefrontal lobe circuits, reducing inhibitory control and increasing impulsive aggression. The stress of living with chronic condition, including feeling of helplessness, that is including your mental, your psychological, frustration and depression, often precipitated aggression as a maladaptive coping mechanisms. How they because most of the time with chronic conditions when it is already the permanent case of care management of life of changing the whole entire lifestyle and integrating caregivers families and others within it is overwhelming state. However, many come at a point they feel that they betrayed themselves. The sense of self betrayal can bring infliction on self or self infliction. So they think that through aggressive behaviors, they inflict on what harm has been done and the realization of self betrayal. It is hard to understand the true factors when it comes to the real stage or the later stages or the palliative or hospice care. It is very shocking when the person in their early life, midlife, and they have to cope with a condition they never calculated for. Culturally, we are not designed to be trained a specific way, strengthen the central nervous system, how to maintain your immune health, how to what is the stress and oxidative stress, what is the cellular molecular levels of emotions, and how to change your electrobiochemical. Our culture doesn't teach that. I think like globally, no one teaches that. But from early childhood, I think we have to remodel how we pave the foundation for stronger individual and then 1, 2, 3 ABC. It is it's not a state and what if the condition will make others leave the person and they are left alone and they found themselves in a whole new system knowing nobody uh, dealing with different phases every single day which agitate the uncontrolled cortices or the impulse control or the emotional regulation is not in place or intact. A feeling of fatigue, cognitive impairment associated with chronic conditions can lower threshold of irritability and aggressive outbursts. It's easy to anger, easy to be provoked, easy to because their feel of helplessness, self-betrayal, um, um, hopelessness, accelerate their reactive response. And that what we bring you awareness into the tolerance, how much you can tolerate in how to navigate such tough state of life and such a tough system and culture we live in. Psychiatric comorbidities like major depressive disorder, anxiety, and PTSD, common in chronic illness populations, also elevate aggressive risk. So the sense of hopelessness, helplessness, self-betrayal, the inner wounded child, the unexpressed needs and wants. So lots of things that the person become to. It's not a reconciliation; it's self-punishment. It become now the perpetrator gained the outcome of that the target or the perpetrator the target or the victim is trying to use the tools for self-destruction. So mental health state. Chronic illness often leads to social isolation, financial strain, and reduced autonomy, which increases psychological distress and potential for aggressive behavior. And in institutional patients for dementia and stroke, aggression may be a form of communication of unmet needs or discomfort. However, who can read the body language, who can understand their walks in life, who can understand their needs and wants. It needs training, education, awareness, and understanding. It needs to go back to human-centered approach, human-centered approach. Assessing aggression in patients with chronic illness is vital for effective management, and improving quality of life. Intervention targeting inflammation, neurotransmitters imbalances, and the psychological distress can mitigate aggression. Behavior therapies, social support system, and pharmacological treatments like SSRIs, mood stabilizers are often used to address aggression in this population because it's management, it is not preventive. Management approach is completely different from prevention. Prevention, I'm going to do what is supposed to be done. Management, I'm going to suppress what is not wanted. Chronic illness are correlated with increased aggression through co-influence of neuroinflammatory processes, neurotransmitters alterations, psychosocial stress, and social factors. Understanding these interactions help tailor treatments to reduce aggression and improve patient outcomes. Okay, the role of anger, fear, and risk taking in aggression. Fear is an emotional response to perceived threat. And we understand perceived reality, perceived stress, perceived threat, and pain perception. Psychological pain is physiological pain. So, often triggering avoidance and protective behaviors, it is associated with heightened vigilance and risk aversion. Anger is an emotional reaction to perceived injustice, frustration, or threat, often leading to approach to behavior aimed at confronting the source of threat or ranging control. Both are basic emotions for survival, but have distinct motivational directions. Fear motivates avoidance, while anger motivates approach, the push and pull approach, and sometimes aggression. Risk perception refers to how individuals evaluate the potential for harm or loss in uncertain situations. Emotional states significantly influence these perceptions. Fear increases risk perception and promotes risk averse behaviors. When fearful, individuals tend to overestimate the likelihood and the severity of negative outcomes, leading to cautious or avoidant decision making. Anger decreases risk perception and promotes risk seeking behaviors. Angry individuals tend to underestimate risks and overestimate their control over outcomes, leading to more optimistic and sometimes reckless decisions. There is the appraisal tendency framework explains these effects through cognitive appraisals. Fear arises from uncertainty and low control, generating perceptions of high risk and low efficacy. Anger arises from certainty and high control appraisals, leading to lower risk perception and higher approach motivation. This differentiational appraisal, one of the differentiation factors, appraisal, influences decisions across domains such as finance, health, and social interactions. Fear activates the amygdala and relates limbic structures, preparing the body for fight or flight and increasing the sensitivity to threat. Anger involves both the amygdala and the prefrontal cortex, but is particularly linked to orbitofrontal and anterior cingulate cortex activity, regions involved in regulating emotional responses and approach behavior. These brain circuits modulate risk taking by influencing how threats and rewards are processed. In financial decision making, fear can lead to excessive caution and missed opportunities, while anger can lead to impulsive investments. In health behavior, fear might increase avoidance of risky behavior like smoking cessation, whereas anger can reduce adherence to medical advice to rebelliousness. Socially, fear promotes withdrawal, and anger can fuel conflict and anger and aggression. Fear and anger, both responses to perceived threat, drive opposite risk-related behaviors through distinct emotional and cognitive appraisals. Understanding these emotional influences is crucial for domains such as behavioral economics, health, psychology, and conflict resolution. Emotional influence on preventive and risky health behaviors. Fear plays a central role in motivating preventive health behavior. For example, fear appeals, anti-smoking ads with graphic images aim to elicit fear of disease to encourage behavior change. When effective fear increases risk perception, promoting caution behavior like vaccination, safe sex, or cancer screening. However, if fear is too intense or accompanied by low perceived self efficacy, it may lead to avoidance, denial, disengagement from care. Anger, conversely, can lead to health risk behaviors by lowering risk perception and increasing impulsivity. Angry individuals may dismiss medical advice, engage in non-compliance, or turn to substance use as coping mechanisms. For chronic illness patients, anger may also lead to interpersonal conflict with caregivers of health professionals, impairing treatment adherence. Emotions shape how people respond to health risks. Fear can motivate protection, but anger can reduce caution and increase health risks. Risk taking behaviors and emotional states and economic choices. Emotional states influence economic decisions beyond rational models. This is well documented in behavioral economics. Fear increases risk aversion. During financial crises, investors experiencing fear are more likely to sell assets prematurely, avoid risky investments, or hoard savings, even when such actions may be suboptimal long term. Anger increases risk seeking. Angry investors or consumers may take greater financial risk driven by overconfidence and perception of control. They might engage in aggressive bargaining, impulsive purchases, or retaliatory financial decisions. Emotion induced risk perception affect not only personal finances but also policy decisions such as support for market regulation or taxation. Fearful individuals play it safe, avoiding financial loss, while angry individuals may overestimate control and take risky financial steps. In interpersonal conflict, fear may lead to avoidance, withdrawal, or appeasement, which can de escalate or conversely embolden an aggressor. Fear is often seen in power imbalance dynamics like domestic abuse. Anger, however, promotes confrontation, blame, and retaliation. In relationship or workplace settings, anger leads to heightened conflict intensity and the breakdown in negotiation. At a societal level, anger can mobilize groups toward the collective action or violence, especially when linked to perceived injustice, riots, protests. Fear, on the other hand, can cause mass avoidance, prejudice, or support for authoritarian policies. These emotional reactions influence policy performances. Anger may increase support for punitive policies, while fear may increase support for protective measures, surveillance, or public health mandates. In social dynamics, fear maintains safety through avoidance, while anger escalates conflict and mobilize action, both constructive and destructive. The risk as feeling hypothesis challenges traditional economic and decision theory models that treat risk as purely cognitive probability-based calculations. Instead, they propose that emotions play a primarily and often independent role in how people perceive or respond to risk. People do not always make decisions by analytically calculating expected outcomes. Instead, their immediate emotional reactions to risky situations, fear, anxiety, excitement, or dread, often override logic and shape behavior. The traditional view of a cognitive model, decisions under risk are based on expected utility theory, subjective expected utility, where people weigh probabilities and potential outcomes. Emotions are either ignored or seen as irrational or noise. Silence the noise. Um, from the affective view or the feelings view, people often react emotionally before cognitively evaluating a risk. These emotional reactions are based on vividness, immediacy, and personal relevance. The heuristic. What is familiar? Not abstract probabilities. This explains why people may fear flying, low statistical risk, more than driving, higher actual risk. Flying feels more vivid and uncontrollable. Risk as feelings, anticipated emotions, how someone thinks they will feel about a decision, cognitive. Immediate emotions, real time feelings triggered by the situation, affective. Cognitive evaluation, deliberative thoughts about risk, probability, and outcomes. Behavioral responses, the final decision or action, often more influenced by immediate feelings than cognitive assessment. A person may know that the statistical chance of side effect from a vaccine is very low, but their fear of needles or media reports of adverse reactions evoke anxiety, leading to vaccine hesitancy. Vividness, that is aliveness, the freshness, the memory is there, it's reliving. More vivid and emotionally charged risks evoke stronger reactions. Personal experience, having experienced or witnessed a risk firsthand intensifies emotional response. Time, proximity, immediate risk evoke more intense emotions than distant future risks. Sense of control, risks that feel uncontrollable, um, for example, like in cancer patients, tend to generate more fear than those that feel manageable, like behaviors like smoking. People may overreact to rare health risks, side effects of the treatment, and underreact to common but less emotionally salient dangers, like poor diet. Fear appeals in public health campaigns as effective when they trigger emotions and promote efficacy. Uh, Market behavior is often emotionally driven. Fear can trigger mass sell off, as in stock market crashes, while greed or overconfidence can fuel bubbles. Public reactions to terrorism, for example, or pandemics, show that emotionally charged events can lead to support for extreme measures, even when the statistical risk is low. Risk as feeling has been influential. Critics argue for integrative models that combine emotion and cognition rather than positioning them in opposition. Today, dual process theories support the idea that both emotional and rational systems guide behavior. Uh, Risk as feelings emphasize the emotion can dominate risk perception and decision making, often more than logical reasoning. The model is vital in fields like health communication, behavioral economics, public policy, and psychology. Effective decision making interventions must consider not only factual risk and information, but also the emotional impact of how that information is presented. Look for the beneficiary. Risk as feeling asserts that decision making under risk is not purely rational, but also strongly influenced by immediate emotional reaction. These affective responses are shaped by neuroendocrine system, particularly those involving in stress hormone, neurotransmitters, and the development of the limbic and the prefrontal systems. Understanding how the biology of emotion and cognition develops over the lifespan offers key insights into when, how, why people respond to risk with fear, impulsivity, and emotional bias. The hypothalamic pituitary axis governs the stress response and regulates cortisol, a hormone essential in responding to threats. During risky or uncertain situations, emotional responses such as fear and anxiety activate the amygdala and the hypothalamus, triggering cortisol release, which in turn influence decision making, memory, and risk perception. Chronic stress or early life trauma can dysregulate this system, leading to heightened emotional reactivity and impaired cognitive control, altering how risk is perceived and felt. Dopamine associated with reward sensitivity, impulsivity, and risk taking, elevated in adolescence. Serotonin regulates mood and impulse control. Low levels are linked with aggression and emotional instability. Neuroadrenaline, norepinephrine, amplifies arousal and anxiety in responses to potential risk or threat. These chemicals work in tandem with limbic system, amygdala, hippocampus, and the prefrontal cortex, creating neurobiological substrate for emotional responses at risk. The amygdala and HB axis are highly sensitive in early life. Adverse experiences like neglect and trauma can sensitize emotional systems to threat, increasing fear-based response at to risk. Children rely more on emotional cues than uh, probabilistic reasoning. This explains why they may overreact to perceived risks like strangers or the dark, based on fear, not logic. Risk perception is heavily influenced by emotion driven brain circuits due to an immature prefrontal cortex and hyperactivity limbic regions in adolescence. Elevated dopamine levels increase sensitivity to reward and peer influence, leading to increased risk taking despite awareness of consequences. Risk as feeling dynamic is especially pronounced in adolescence with high emotional arousal and low regulatory control. In adulthood, with maturation of the prefrontal cortex, emotional and rational system become more integrated, allowing for more balanced decision making. Still, acute stress or strong emotions like anger and fear can override. That is the primate, the innate system. That is the survival commonplace. It doesn't fade. Override cognition, even in adults, showing that risk as feeling remains influential when arousal is high. In older adulthood, emotional regulation improves with age, and older adults often show a positivity bias. They prefer emotionally positive information and they may downplay risks. However, age-related changes in dopamine and cortisol regulation may reduce sensitivity to reward or threat, altering risk perception and behavior. High risk populations, such as individuals with early trauma, ADHD, and mood disorders, show altered neuroendocrine and emotional responses to risk. Interventions targeting emotional regulation, like mindfulness, cognitive behavioral therapy, stress reduction, may recalibrate emotional responses to risk. The risk as feeling hypothesis, when viewed through neuroendocrine and developmental lens, highlights how biological maturation, hormonal changes, and emotional experience shape risk perception and decision making across the human lifespan. So, risk as feeling in the developmental perspective has multiple domains: health behavior, education, and juvenile justice. Um, it shows how the emotional biological processes related to risk perception directly shape real world decisions, behaviors, and outcomes in these fields. Healthy decisions like vaccination, screening, lifestyle choices often hinge more on how risks feel than on statistical probabilities. What they say, statistically significant does it not mean real world life implementation significant. So what is perceived is not so when the data contradict or the mistrust or the lack of trust in the information or disinformation or uh, we are living in misinformation. You have to take a high uh, give yourself a grace to navigate through what information is presented to you. Yeah. For example, fear, especially what work on your fear and anger. because the perpetrator work on the emotional brain, the heightened fear, the heightened anger. They are looking for this response. They are looking for this disruption. And this is when the alteration of the decision making. For example, fear of side effects may outweigh data showing vaccine efficacy, especially in people with hypertensive HB axis. So don't ignore the the hyperactivity hypothalamic pituitary axis. We don't ignore that, the hyperarousal amygdala. We don't know what is inside the box, how the person is operating. We don't know. All we know is this emotional, fear-driven decisions. Or anxiety-prone temperaments. In adolescence, increased dopamine, and the low cognitive control, heightened reactivity to emotionally charged with health risks. In older adults, the positivity effect may lead to underestimation of chronic disease risk due to emotional avoidance of negative information. And there are some now is deliberately avoiding to know facts. They are in escape zone. Health interventions should match emotional tone. Fear appeals must balance efficacy and consider developmental stages and neurobiological sensitivity to stress. Students engage in risk-related behaviors like asking questions, trying new skills, or facing failure, all emotionally charged decisions in learning behaviors. The students' amygdala hyperactivity or cortisol dysregulation due to trauma or stress can impair working memory. This is what is the input coming now. They lose track, or that's why you say perceived. They are running in autopilot. And learning from mistakes. Younger children are more emotionally reactive to performance failures. Emotional responses to academic risk can lead to school avoidance or learned helplessness. Teenagers may engage in risky peer-driven behaviors, cheating, skipping classes, despite understanding consequences due to heightened emotional salience and peer reward sensitivity. Educators should create emotionally safe environments where failure is normalized. Risk taking is learning, is encouraged through support, not punishment. Trauma informed teaching can help modulate students' effective responses to perceived risk in school settings. Many offenses committed by juvenile, like theft, fighting, substance use, are impulsive and emotionally driven, not coldly calculated. That is in young or adolescents misconduct. According to Resca's feeling, adolescents are more influenced by emotional intensity than legal consequences. The drive, this ecstasy or this euphoria of the feeling. Delayed prefrontal cortex development combined with elevated dopamine and cortisol sensitivity explain heightened high risk taking or and emotionally charged responses to provocation. Early adversity, abuse or neglect, dysregulated stress hormones, sensitizing youth to perceived threats, and reducing impulse control. Uh, Recommendations for policies should be shifting from punishment to developmentally informed rehabilitation. So we have to bear in mind the developmental stage and age in place and what neurobiological changes taking place in hormonal and neurological. Address trauma therapy for HB axis dysregulation. Build this emotional regulation like mindfulness. recognizes the biological immaturity behind decision making. What drives? The main cause is like to understand what drives the drivers, the master players. Okay, we're gonna go to the another area in play of the emotional regulation, dysregulation, or the rumination. It's here. The default mode network. Default mode network is a large scale brain network that is most active during rest, mind wandering, self referential thoughts, and emotional introspection. It includes regions such as medial prefrontal cortex, posterior cingulate cortex, precuneus, inferior parietal lobe, hippocampus, and medial temporal lobes. The DMN interacts with other networks, include the salience network, the central executive network, to regulate emotional, motivational, and cognitive control processes. Dysregulated self-processing and aggressive behaviors. Individuals prone to reactive aggression often show abnormal connectivity or hyperactivity in the DMN, particularly in regions like medial prefrontal cortex and posterior cingulate cortex, which are responsible for self-monitoring and social cognition. Aggression may result when ruminative or distorted self-referential. That is, it's like our brain is lean to negative, like the hippocampus. The seer stored the negative experiences for decades. Like wow. So it's gonna bring it back. So you have a black box in your brain. So it's restore the. What do you want to hang on? Distorted self-referential processing, perceived injustice, humiliation occurs without effective regulation by executive control system. In aggressive use, disrupted medial prefrontal cortex connectivity in the default mode network is linked to heightened emotional reactivity, poor impulses control. Aggressive and antisocial behavior can be fueled by anger rumination, which is tied to hyperactivity in default mode network. This prolonged emotion arousal primes individuals for hostile interpretations and reactive aggression. So it changes in the affective circuits. Key affective structure: amygdala, anterior insula, ventromedial prefrontal cortex interact with the default mode network, are critical in processing threats, social rejection, and emotional salience. The importance, the relevancy, while looking at your brain, what you want to pay attention to. So if you trained your brain to attend to a negative stimuli, this is what the confirmation bias. You are going to look for everywhere you go on the negative stimuli. So to maintain this vicious cycle of self-infliction. And that is what we say, look at your shadow work and you are destructive mechanisms that sabotage your health and well-being. It's that not only the external, what is your responsibility? What is your role in that as well? How you respond. Hyperactivity in the amygdala and impaired ventromedial prefrontal cortex function can shift the brain toward emotion-driven aggression, particularly in threatening or ambiguous social context. Motivational, reward system dysregulation involving ventral striatum or prefrontal cortex dopamine pathways can reinforce instrumental aggression, where aggression is used to gain status or resources. Impairments in reward prediction or frustration tolerance may drive impulsive and aggressive reactions when outcomes are not expected. The influence of the executive control, the executive or the central executive control network, anchored in the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex and the posterior parietal cortex, and it is play in inhibitory control, decision making, working memory, goal directed behavior. Impaired default mood network and the central executive interaction in aggressive individuals. The coordination between default mood network and central executive network is often weakened, meaning that emotional and self-referential thoughts are less regulated by top-down control. And so that means that there is downstream, there is a stimulation, there is excitotoxicity, there is this hypervigilance, this is impulsiveness that is downstream. Reduce prefrontal inhibition over the limbic system, that is the limbic response, particularly the amygdala, contributes to impulsive, emotion-driven aggression. Functional MRI studies have shown that aggressive subjects have lower dorsolateral prefrontal cortex activity during emotional tasks, suggesting weakened executive control over affective impulses. During adolescence, asynchronous developmental between emotion and motivation systems mature earlier, and executive control mature later, increases the risk of aggression. In clinical conditions like conduct disorders, borderline personality disorder, or intermittent explosive disorder, dysregulation in default mood network, affective and control network is consistently observed. Let us see again antisocial and moral judgment. And like impulsiveness, callous and unemotional traits, lack of remorse or empathy. It's a key cognitive affective deficit in antisocial behavior is impaired moral judgment. The ability to discern right from wrong and experience guilt or compassion in response to moral transgressions. Recent neuroimaging studies have identified specific brain networks that support moral reasoning. The networks show significant functional and structural abnormalities which help explain morally deviant behavior. Moral judgment is not governed by a single brain region, but instead emerging from interaction of several key areas. Ventromedial prefrontal cortex integrates emotional and social information into decision making. Amygdala detects emotional salience, the importance, pay attention, particularly fear and distress or the perception of threat in others. Posterior cingulate cortex, part of the default mood network, involved in moral reflection and autobiographical memory. Um, uh, tempo temporoparietal junction or TPJ, important for theory of mind and understanding others' intentions. Anterior cingulate cortex monitors conflict and moral dilemmas. These regions form a distributed network, often referred to moral cognition network. which is necessary for evaluating moral scenarios, empathizing with the victims, and restraining harmful impulses. In antisocial behavior, there is reduced amygdala activation when processing emotional facial expression, particularly fear and sadness. This impairs their ability to recognize distress in others, diminishing emotional learning and empathy, which are crucial to moral development. The ventromedial prefrontal cortex hypofunction is the ventromedial prefrontal cortex plays a central role in associating action with moral or emotional consequences. You know how it feels, right or wrong. The ventromedial prefrontal cortex dysfunction disrupts the integration of affect into decision making, resulting in cold, utilitarian reasoning, devoid of guilt or compassion. There is disrupted the functional connectivity. This is the brain dynome from minute to minute. Using resting state fMRI to show weakened connectivity between the amygdala, the ventromedial prefrontal cortex, and posterior cingulate cortex. These disruptions suggest decoupling between emotional responses and higher order moral cognition, reducing the internalization of moral norms. DMN alterations in antisocial behavior, particularly in areas involved in moral reflection and pro-social behavior like medial prefrontal cortex and posterior cingulate cortex. This may result in less engagement in self-referential moral evaluation and increased egocentric thinking, supporting manipulative or exploitative behavior, exploitation. Individuals with antisocial behaviors can understand moral rules cognitively, but lack the emotional engagement that typically discourages immoral behavior. They often display instrumental aggression called calculated violence to achieve goals rather than impulsive aggression due to detached moral reasoning. The neurobiological profile of antisocial behavior suggests that moral failing are not simply volitional, but rooted in abnormal brain function. This raises question about responsibility and accountability and reputation potential and the design of neurocognitive interventions aimed at restoring emotional processing in moral contexts. Their emotional perception is blunted, reduced empathy, diminished moral conflict detection, lack of guilt, remorse, poor moral evaluation, impaired moral reflection. Another, how the brain detects conflicts. So let us see. Conflict detections is gonna connect us to recognizing cognitive, emotional, and moral contradictions. I want to do this, but I know it is wrong. So that acknowledge, notice, validate. This means that there is consciousness, there is awareness that is wrong. Monitor for errors or threats to behavioral goals. So that is the normal brain function. Initiate adaptive regulatory responses, inhibiting actions, shifting attention. This function is essential for self-regulation, understand the ups and downs, the highs and the lows, the negative and positive. That is normal. Decision making, that what differentiates from the predisposition in the healthy person. Anterior cingulate cortex, or the AAC, is the brain primarily conflict monitor, your antennae, your traffic jedi. It detects response to conflicts, social transgressions, and emotional dissonance. When a conflict is detected, the anterior cingulate cortex signals executive areas like dorsolateral prefrontal cortex to adjust behavior. Detour, detour. Or stop. The traffic Jedi. I call it the traffic Jedi. The default mood network, which includes the medial prefrontal cortex, posterior cingulate cortex, and precuneus, is primarily involved in self-referential thought, social cognition, moral reasoning. In conflict-laden moral decisions, the DMN interacts with the ACC, integrating internal value with external demands. Is this what I stand for? Is this is aligned with my value? Is this, what are the consequences? All of that. So there is a moral conversation, internal moral conversation. That is a healthy person. Disruptions in DMN, but however, it depends on, like, especially in the neurodevelopmental and younger, in children and adolescents, they are still in the exploration, curiosity, peer pressure, social pressure, fear of rejection, fearing of missing out. There's a lot of labeling. A lot of things that to drive the vicious cycle of rumination, or the default mood networks. Disruption in default network and the anterior cingulate cortex connectivity can impair the ability to detect and resolve moral and emotional conflicts. In early childhood, the anterior cingulate cortex and prefrontal cortex are still developing. As a result, young children often show poor impulse control and limited conflict detection. That's why they seek the modeling, the adult modeling. They learn from environment and those around them. Adolescents experience greater emotional salience, but underdeveloped executive regulation, leading to heightened risk taking, more difficulty detecting and resolving social emotional conflicts. The default mood network undergoes a significant reorganization during adolescence. So it's restructure, reprogramming, reorganize, recalibrate. So lots of it's not stable yet. In typical development, default mood network connectivity becomes more integrated with control networks. The central executive network, the salience network, improving self-monitoring, moral sensitivity, conflict regulation. In ADHD, autism, and conduct disorder, delayed or atypical developmental of ACC and BFC and DMN is associated with reduced conflict detection, and that can make them high vulnerable population as well, or high risk population. Poor error, because both the aggression is going to take place, but yeah. Poor error monitoring, increased impulsivity or moral insensitivity. Chronic stress elevates the cortisol, which can impair the function of the anterior cingulate cortex and prefrontal cortex. This leads to blunted conflict detection and maladaptive behavior under emotional pressure. That's another factor. Dopamine modulates the conflict detection and the error monitoring, especially in the anterior cingulate cortex. Serotonin plays a role in inhibitory control and moral decision making. Low serotonin is linked to impulsive aggression and poor conflict resolution. Neuroinflammation often triggered by early life adversity, can alter the anterior cingulate cortex, cortex development, affecting conflict detection capacity. Elevated cytokines, interleukin 6, and tumor necrosis factor alpha have been associated with reduced executive control and impaired social cognition. Individuals with underdeveloped or dysregulated conflict decisions mechanisms may act aggressively without remorse, persist in harmful behaviors despite consequences, struggle with social decisions. Early interventions that reduce, and I mentioned stress reduction, what to eliminate, what works and what does not work. Improve emotion regulation and support executive development, mindfulness, and neurofeedback can enhance conflict detection and moral reasoning. Okay, one of the interventions, it is one of the training, short-term meditation training to improve attention and self-regulation. So, especially when in developmental stages, you want to create mindful-based meditation practice, short-term practices. You are not trapped. You are gonna just like you're gonna if you have a bar of chocolate, you're not gonna eat it all. You're gonna have a toxicity load from the chocolate, but you're going to take a specific, one piece at a time. Sometimes you skip days so you don't develop this dependence on the chocolate. The same as any intervention, because you are creating habits, you are not creating routines. And I stated before, habits, it takes reshaping, remodeling. It is dynamic. But however, I am giving the space and the time for it. I am ready to do it when I can. So willingness attitude is essential for that. And this bring awareness. What I need to do, it is not obligated. It is not enforced or imposed on the individual. I am bringing the awareness of the benefits and the pros and cons of it in 5 to 10, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, and gradually see the tolerance, because remember that you are working with a tornado. You don't know exactly what you need to control, but you are sending other signals for the integration of the mind and body. Integration of the mind and body increase the attention, that is, and self-regulation, that is executive function long run. That is strengthening the cortices and have its effect on attention, mood, cortisol level, heart rate variability, and the neuro connectivity and activity. It has its effect on improved attention and performance, improve the attention network through the significant attention network test, ANT. Greater parasympathetic activity, including increased heart rate variability, as a marker of better emotional regulation and stress resilience, reduce the cortisol level in salivary cortisol post intervention. So it reduces stress, neuroelectrical changes in anterior activity, and increased activity in anterior singular cortex associated with conflict monitoring and self-regulation. So it has an effect on the neuroplasticity and brain circuits. Um, it enhanced, as I said, the prefrontal cortex, top-down control over attention and emotion. Instead, improves interoceptive awareness in the sense of the internal state of the body, how I feel now, what my body is talking, so attenuation within the body, what my body is telling me now. Is my body telling me that I am not safe? So am I in fight, flight, or freeze? How can I acknowledge, I validate, I notice what I am going through, and I'm gonna let it by, I let it go, let it go by. It will disseminate, but don't give it the attention. But what you pay attention to, that what will you give the invitation to into your mind and body activity or reactivity. Amygdala meditation reduces reactivity in these threat sensitive regions over time. The way it's another its effect on the neurotransmitter hormonal pathway dopamine, linked to enhanced sustained attention during meditation. Serotonin regulates mood and impulse control, potentially modulates through mindfulness. Cortisol or HB axis stress reduction through meditation reduces HB axis overactivation. So the state of aggression, it is not um, it is not one thing and that is all. No, it include a whole biosystem. It include the integration of mind and body. It include the developmental stages, the history of all the what had happened, the rapture, understand the rapture. So understanding the rapture is not only one thing and done. It takes time, it takes awareness, heightened awareness. And as I stated that mindfulness-based interventions shown that to reduce health damaging behaviors and improve coping with chronic illness. Improves the perceived control, stress reductions, emotional resilience, which are strongly associated with better immune function and cardiovascular outcomes. Because you are going to regulate this input, the oscillation synchronicity within the heart brain interaction. It improves, it has a significant reduction in pain sensitivity, blood pressure, and health and anxiety. It strengthens, as I said, the anterior singular cortex and the prefrontal cortex in conflict monitoring, executive control, attentional regulation, a change in the default in mood networks, connectivity during mindfulness, reduce rumination, self-referential thoughts, both of which contribute to mental disorders like depression and anxiety. Meditation enhances neuroplasticity, promoting adaptive changes in brain structure, increase the cortical thickness in the insulin prefrontal cortex, Meditation directly alters the cognitive control systems, allowing for better attention, impulse control, and emotional regulation. Lowering the cortisol level, stress hormone, improve heart rate variability, down regulating pro-inflammatory cytokines, interleukin 6, toward necrosis alpha. A mindfulness practice enhances natural killer selectivity, antibody production, telomerase, and the longevity, the caps in your DNA activity, supporting healthier aging and immune resilience. It can buffer for psychological effect of psychological stress, improving overall immune function and potentially mitigating inflammation-based diseases. And my drawings, so that was my 2016. Yeah, I did mindfulness with art, and I started to paint and draw and write. It is expressive art and natural walks. I did a lot of like tuning in practices that I would like to I don't want to escape from my body. No, I would like to attune to my body, and I like to be present at this moment and understanding, aligning God's word. Because I was reading God's word, but I was angry. I was deeply angry, and I understand now. So, and the big question, why? I am sure many have been going through that. I was reading it, but I don't align it with anything. And this is when you get to attenuation. The attenuation, and you understand that God is love, is giving it to yourself first before asking it from the word. Um, Kind, loving, rejoice. I, I say like the good nature of God is very uh, aliving. It brings to you alive. So I'd like to explore this life, what life means, what life means. Went through a lot of the. For whoever don't understand the healing journey, you're gonna be judged. You are gonna be. You're going to be put on hot surfaces. But how to deal with these hot surfaces, even though you have all these questions, you are trying to find the answers, you are trying to find explanation why all of that, why. So the more you ask why, the more like the world want to feed on this rumination. But that's not what God wants for you. That's not what God wants for you. God wants another thing, that to tune into, you are fearfully and wonderfully made. You are made in His God's in God's image, and there is something He created you for more than your limited thinking and the world thinking. There are higher purpose for your life, and you have to believe to receive. So going to this point is not an easy way, but repeating is the same cycle of like the vicious cycle. You have to say stop. You have to say stop, and knowledge without practice or implementation is useless. So I came to a stop. I want to put knowledge into practice. I want to start with this step. I want to speak up. That's it. So whatever it doesn't find itself in words, it finds itself in organs, and that is true. And the whole world is reaping a whole challenge. They need to navigate. They need to navigate. But taking this attenuation out of the human existence, it presents them with helplessness, hopelessness, self deception, self-inflection, and self-punishment. Why not to say that is already because you are entrapping all the unexpressed experiences into yourself, but you don't know that over time, biologically, is zombies having a party, and you have to deal with that. We are seeing rise in autoimmune disorders. We're seeing rise uh, cardiovascular. We're seeing rise in other psychiatric like depression, um, eating disorders. That is anxiety. That is like I say, like that is everybody has it. But there are other chronic implications, emotions, and electrobiochemicals, and how this can be addressed and can be, and we see the word aggression away from where our culture biases, our social biases, or confirmation bias. We understand the neuroendocrine or neurobiology of aggression. What does it mean? What's going on? So it is not only protecting your offsprings, you start with you because you understand what changes take place if you allowed it, if you are defensive, reactive, overactive, or too proactive, calculated, strategic aggression. And aggression it can be physical, mental, emotional, psychological, social, whatever, name it. It can be in all forms that you cannot imagine. It can be in a simple joke, comment, text. It can be in yeah, it can be in anything, but it comes as a subtle, and if you are not educated enough, it's gonna happen, and over time it's shipping a piece of you. It's a shipping a piece of you. uh, so who you want to be, who how you want go through life, that's a question is left for everybody to answer. How to raise awareness, how to understand, and how to promote a culture of health instead of bumping heads. Um, how to educate from higher top to entry level what 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 the aggressive behavior is doing to your electrobiochemical and disrupting your biosystems over time. What if you have felt self betrayal, disorganized attachment, severe trauma, displacement, lots, sicknesses, all of that. It leaves its print on your biosystems. So don't underestimate it. Acknowledge it, notice it, validate it, and then don't give it the attention, because the more you give it attention, the more it's gonna be invited again and again into your life. But what I would like to invite to add value, to add quality, to maintain the respect, dignity, and integrity to the life. What I want to do from here, not what has been done. You cannot go back and change what has been done. What is done is done. How to move forward. Look for moving forward as a family, as a community, as a nation. It all starts with you. No one is gonna give it to you in a pill or in a capsule. You have to do your work. You have to to understand your responsibility. And we would like to anticipate in the elimination and reduction of chronic illness and psychiatric conditions. We would like the medicine to be from preventive approach, to start from prevent, and there is a lot of work to be done in from preventive. The from your side is lifestyle changes, and from the practitioner and from the support system you are in, it's an integrated, it's multidisciplinary. You are not gonna do it alone. So look for what you want to move forward from here. Moving forward, moving forward. Um, and that is all what I have right now on the part three for aggression. I don't know if I part three. I think this part three or part four. Part three, I think. Yes. And I wish you well and peace. I don't know. I say peace. I'm trying to figure it out. So never mind, guys. So forgive me. I'm trying to figure it out. Um, there is a better life. There is a better life for everyone. I am gonna send a link for uh, let me see. Let me see. I hope I can find that. Yeah, epsilon waves, mineral peats. That is, one of the latest research on this peats, the impact on regulation. There are good comments. I'm gonna put it in the chat. So it's a part of the brainwaves as well. So I don't know, but one of the clinics in UK, they are working on that project. Yes. Yes. It's a long ways. You know, yeah, this is one of the things. Yeah, I really like looking at trauma and they are using this intervention. So I hope you enjoy it. Sometimes it's what is the time?